What's the crack? What's the bleeding story? How is all doing? Saturday evening, happy feckin' days. Yeah, just as to do a live stream, I promised you I would earlier on if you were around. I'd done a sort of a prediction, and Jesus Christ, I don't think my predictions were too good today, to be honest with you. But however, I told you that in the prediction talk there earlier on today. There was no word back from the fellow I was supposed to get on today, but I did promise you if I don't hear a word, I'll go on and I'll do a call-in show or talk shite, whatever you want. But yeah, here I am. Saturday night, have an old beer or a few. I'll trust me, I have a few. But yeah, I'm just gonna even just like basically shout out. There was a bit of news there and all with Chelsea, and we'll touch base on that as well. What does it mean, for Chelsea and stuff like that? We always knew that was going to happen, but look, we'll talk about the results first. Big result for Man City. I don't know if any of you have seen it or anything like that, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was a debatable, the penalty there that I was just looking at the game there, and I thought it was a blatant penalty, was it? Did you think it was? Had his bleeding hand out. He seen it coming, like, you know what I mean? VAR, went to VAR, and they just didn't call anything at all. You know what I mean? I don't get it. The VAR thing, I think now is getting to be a bit beyond a joke, if you ask me. Now, I wasn't like, I'm neutral in it. You know what I mean? I don't really care who wins the league. It's not my business. But if you're having VAR to make these decisions, make the bleeding right ones, will you? You know what I mean? I'm just a bit. It's getting a bit annoying now. But look, this is it. Like, it should be looked into. It's just so frustrating, and especially if you're a Liverpool fan. You know what I mean? And the game ends up Man City winning 1-0. That could have been a draw. Huge. Like, that's a huge decision that was made there. You know what I mean? And they're getting away with it. But and the only reason why I'm sort of at this, because if this was Arsenal's, let's say, running for a title for some reason in about fucking 50 years' time or something like that, you know what I mean? And you're dependent on these guys to make a decision. I don't know. But look, I have a guest here. As it says, I'm going to join them in as they come. You know what I mean? What's the bleeding story? Are you all right, man? You're live.
Hello, Deborah. Can you hear you?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
How are you, mate? You probably have me on mute, do you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, man.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Deborah.
What's the story?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm an Arsenal fan, like you.
Yeah, I know. I think I've seen you on Twitter and stuff like that.
You said?
I've seen you on Twitter.
I didn't get you. Oh, okay. Super. How you doing, Deborah?
All good. I was just talking about the Man City, the VAR. Did you see that at
Yeah,
all?
for me, I watched the match just now. For me, that's a penalty, straight up. There's no two ways about that. I don't know why. I think Portieni, anytime he's observing games, I've discovered that Portieni, he's very, very ruthless when it comes to Arsenal and other teams. He doesn't even once it comes to Man City, Liverpool, he's a penalty. But when it comes to other teams, no, red card, straight up. Different things. So for me, I think Paul Tierney and the guy, I think it should be Chris Kavanagh. He was in charge of VR, I guess so, right? Yeah, for me, Chris Kavanagh, for me, I don't know English refs. What I've observed about them is that they are not consistent. That's why most times when it comes to Champions League, European final, or World Cup, they don't always pick English refs. These are the reasons why. Sorry to say, but for me, I think Paul Tierney for me was absolutely what he did today was unforgivable for me. Was unforgivable. I was not happy at all. That's a clear penalty, straight up, no doubt about that.
What would you do to change it? What needs to be done?
I think I don't know this VRO thing they do. I don't know the processes because sometimes they check the VRO. It seems like 5, 10, 15 minutes. Okay, fine, you're checking it. Okay, you have so many people there in the room. You cannot just come outside and be straight. Okay, this is the reason what this is the right decision. But most times once it comes to the bigger teams, they just no some penalty. If it's Arsenal, if it's Chelsea, if it's what's it called, lesser team like Tottenham, Burnley, no penalty. But if it's Liverpool, Man City, it's a penalty. For me, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. And what they're doing, they are killing English game for this thing they're doing. What he just did today, for me, if I have the opportunity, for me, Partey will be demoted. For me, straight up, straight up. I think what they are doing now, they want Man City to win the league. And it's a disgrace to English football. It's a big disgrace. It's a big disgrace to English football. I'm so disappointed with this ref.
Sorry, just had to do something there.
No
but who do you think deserves to win the league at this stage?
What do you say? What do you say?
Who do you think deserves to win the league at this stage?
Liverpool, straight up. Liverpool, straight up.
Right.
Liverpool all day long. Yes, I'm an Arsenal fan, but I just have little likeness for Liverpool because they are very, very good in all areas. But Man City, for me, now they are always cheating, and all refs are on their side, and it's not good for football. Just try and be straight. Just try and do what you need to do as a ref. Not saying no, this one no penalty, this one penalty. Once it comes to Man City, Liverpool, you just be in penalty. But when it comes to other teams, you don't. And for me, you are killing the game, and it's not good for our football. Well, first of all, I must say kudos to Jess, you, Kenny Ken, Lee Gunnar, man. I love you guys, man. You guys are doing a great work, man. I watch your show every single day. Every single day.
Really appreciate that.
I'm watching from Poland, Warsaw. I always watch your show every single day. Even yesterday, I think there's one you did a bit. Is it Gracie or no? I think there's one you did with Julian on AFTV, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I was at work yesterday because I work at a Polish restaurant. I was watching the shooters, man. Big up, man. Straight up, big up, man. I love your show. Love your show so much, man. Love your show, man. Love your show.
You know, let's talk about the Arsenal game, the Wolves game. Did you make that like?
Okay, the Arsenal Wolves game, right? Good. For me, I think that game was absolutely very good. But there's one thing I've discovered about Arsenal. If you watch on Arsene Wenger, we play all this tiki-taka football, but under Arteta, there's no style of play. And we don't defend so well. And once we lose that midfield, we're out. So for me, I think what Arteta needs to do, he makes too many wrong changes. Sorry to say. And most times when we are with the ball, we don't know what to do. Arteta is always shouting at them. You don't do that. Just leave them to play their game. Let them play at their mind. Not you telling them, do this one, do this one. Once you're doing that, you are discouraging them. They don't know what to do. And you're mounting pressure on our players. And our players now, they start playing nonsense. If you watch that Man City game, look at Albert. He was just sitting down there. They were playing to the best. I think that was the best game I've seen Arsenal play this season against Man City. I cannot remember. That was about last month. Yeah. That was our best game this season, the best game I've seen, and that was Partey's best game for me. But when Arteta came in, before towards the end of the second half, I think Arteta called Albert, I think normal airport stuff, and you communicate with your assistant coaches. The whole thing just changed once, and Arteta for me, I think after this season he has to go. He's not good enough, and I don't think we might end in the top 4 this season. I'm 89% correct.
Well, DJ, what I'll do, I'll just introduce our guest what we have, right? And we've I hope you don't mind. Just going to start with How are you doing today, mate?
Good.
I'm good, thanks. I can't really hear much. Just give me 2 seconds.
It's
quiet.
Graham, how are you doing, mate?
Are you talking to me, bro?
I don't know what's happening, but there's Like a big ringing noise.
Thank you very much. I think you may need to turn yours down. Gone there, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was having trouble there. Graham, can you hear me?
I can hear you there, boy. How are you, mate? All right?
All good, all good. You're very low there for some reason for me, anyway.
Can you hear me?
Technical difficulties today.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I think it must be the Irish weather, being honest with you. Can you hear Graham okay, mate?
No, super low.
Yeah, it's very, very low there, Graham.
I can hear you, Del boy. Can you hear me?
I can very low, mate.
Very low.
Not really.
You can't hear me. Do you want me to come out and come back in?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So Gracie, what's the story? Let's talk.
Much.
Let's entertain them on a Saturday night.
Well, not much really, to be fair. I mean, I watched the game on watched the second half of the game on Thursday, as I was at a big event, so I wasn't home. But I mean, we got the 3 points against Wolves, and I think that's the key point to take away from it. But definitely could have been a lot better. It wasn't the best performance I've seen, which is a shame, really, because that last goal that we scored, I was screaming. I was literally screaming up and down because I just couldn't believe this. It's in those moments where you're proud, and it's like the adrenaline just comes to you, and I literally like jumped and screamed like we just won the league. It was dreadful, but
Yeah.
So top four now on. So top four is happening now, Gracie.
no.
I almost call you Maisie.
A lot of people do. Yeah, a lot of people do.
Because
Very
there's
similar.
another YouTuber I interact with who's called Maisie. So I nearly got you two mixed up.
It happens quite a lot.
Graham, can we hear you now, mate?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's for some reason it's very. I can barely hear you. Very low.
Yeah, what's the story? Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. I'll have to put my ear up to the thing to hear you.
Del, go into your settings and go to guests, and you can turn him up.
Story in Balamori.
Right, try that, Graham.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
That's better. There you go. I can hear you perfect now. That was probably my fault. I don't know. You're very welcome along,
Okay,
mate.
how are you? What? Well, thanks for inviting me on, Del boy. What's the story? What do you want to talk about tonight?
Yeah, well, basically, I suppose, look, we'll talk about the Wolves game, the breakdown of it. Now, this is where I'm coming at, Graham. I thought, now, I don't know if you watch me streams or anything like that, but I always say to everyone, I'm only a fucking idiot in a shed in Dublin. I don't know as much about football than anyone else. But I just thought when Pepe came on, he did change the game. I did. I thought, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I thought it was tactical adjustments from Arteta, not just Pepe coming on, but the fact that he went two up top, didn't he, Del boy? He switched Saka over to the left, put Pepe on the right, and then went Nketiah and Lacazette down the middle. So he literally took up a right back and went 3-5. Well, it's like a 3-5-2 or sort of formation or 3-3-4, whatever you want to say. We literally went for it, and we had two players down the middle. I think that was the key, the adjustments, and also I think Martin Odegaard's role in the last 15 minutes. I thought he was excellent all through the game, Del boy. But his impact, I think, his through ball for the equaliser that was just so well weighted over the top in Nketiah's Nketiah's run. He was able to pull it back, and only a person with Pepe sort of skill set, I thought, could have spun the way he did onto his left foot and put that in. Because if that chance falls to Lacazette, as much as he was brilliant in the game and his work rate, I don't think he takes it. But yeah, I thought it was a tactical adjustment, not just Pepe's silky skills and coming on, offering us a different dimension the last 20 minutes. I thought it was Arteta's bravery because of going to the playing 2 up top and 2 out wide and sort of keeping Wolves penned in. And I think, tremendous bravery in his team selection there because obviously they look very good on the break, I thought, Wolves. So yeah, I think it was a tactical adjustment, Del Boy, more than any, as well as Pepe's impact,
No, yeah, that was good. Like, you have to bring them on. But my frustration in it is, like, I'm not saying we should start every week, but you think, like, the way, what frustrates me is the way Eddie gets the game all the time ahead of Pepe. Can he not, like, even adjust it around? Let's say, try and stick Martinelli up front, and let's say put Pepe out on the left. And maybe because, the only reason why I'm saying that is because as we're speaking now, Eddie is gone and Laka is gone in the summertime. They're gone. The contract is gone. They may sign new ones. We don't know yet. But do we not need to try Martinelli up front like we did, like Wenger done on Ring at the time, and try and work with the players that are definitely staying?
Yeah, he could. I think he could do that. I'm not saying he couldn't, but I think it would change the way we play because Martinelli, I don't think he can come short and hold the ball up like what Lacazette can come short and hold the ball up. He can still play down the middle, and that gets all our big hitters on the pitch, all our attacking players on the pitch. So it's definitely worth a go, Del Boy. I'm not against it, I'm not against it as much as some people are. I think Martinelli had an average game on Thursday. That's why he took him off. To be honest, that's fine because he's been brilliant for us in the last few weeks. So it's not a criticism, but it wasn't working for him on the night. But no, I think he can play Martinelli down the middle, but we would have to change the way we play. Of course, he could play him, of course, with Lacazette in a 2 if he wanted to. And sometimes when teams are defending with a back 5, I think sometimes we can go sort of like play 3 at the back, give up a defender and put an extra player at the top, Del Boy, and maybe play 2 players, Martinelli, Pepe as a 2, or Lacazette and Martinelli as a 2, moving Saka and Smith Rowe, Saka and Pepe out to the wings. I think when teams are defending with low blocks, we've struggled to break them down this year. So I think I'm all for playing the extra forward, getting a bit of chaos down the middle. And I think that was the secret to it, because we kept banging on the door all night. I just think having the extra forward in the box in the end worked for us, But I think it's still needed Odegaard's vision with that ball to unlock their defence, mate. But yeah, in answer to your question, Martinelli has played down the middle before, very good in the air, offers us a different type of forward to Lacazette, but I don't see why we can't utilise his strengths, play to his strengths, play to him on the shoulder. He can come short, of course. He's not as good as Lacazette, though, boy, but in build-up. But he could offer us something, yeah, so it's definitely worth a go, I think, mate. I agree with you.
Yeah, and what do you make, like, I think now, like, basically I'll start with the one midfielder I know is Thomas Partey, and I think he's starting to find his feet a bit now. It took him a while sort of to get settled in, I think his last few games he's been playing the Partey that we want playing. Who do we need in midfield beside him, or is Saka the answer?
Is that to me, Double?
Yeah, sorry, and I'll ask everyone else. I just wanted your quick opinion on it.
No, well, I think my opinion on Thomas Partey is I think he's playing the most demanding role in the team, because he's got to have like technical security. He's got to have sort of like physical power. He's got to cover a lot of ground, because he's literally, we've gone from 2 DMs to 1, because Xhaka's playing more advanced now on the left side of number 8 role, which means that Partey has got a lot of ground to cover. I think one of the reasons we haven't seen the best of him, I think, is because he had a lot of injuries. So, and now we've kept him fit for a number of games now. He's come back from AFCON, I think, and we're only playing 1 game a week now, which helps him. And I think he's now adjusted, and he's playing, I think, really at the top of his game. This was the Thomas Partey I used to see at Atletico Madrid. He's sort of like bossing the games. His numbers on Thursday were absolutely bloody insane, mate. Sort of the number of recoveries, 13 recoveries, duels won, 4 passing, progressive balls. He was everything you want in a single pivot. And he was the one winning the ball back, starting the attacks. And I think Xhaka did help him out second half. I noticed there was another tactical tweak. Xhaka did drop back into the double pivot at times when he needed help. So what I like about Arteta, he's giving the players now a bit more freedom. But when we need it, he's tweaking it slightly in games. So, and I've noticed in that second half, there was a 15-minute period where Wolves were starting to get a little bit of control in midfield. He asked Xhaka to sit slightly deeper for 15 minutes just to nullify that threat so we got the control of the game again. But I think Partey, I think he now, we just don't need him to get injured, mate. If he got injured, I don't think we've got anyone in the club who can play that role as well as he does. So that's my view on it, mate.
Yeah.
Fantastic player. Fantastic player. He's been brilliant the last few weeks.
Yeah. Gracie, mate, what about you? What have you? Or no, Nippon. Sorry, I haven't even introduced you. Nippon is in the chat. Thanks a million, mate, for coming in. And I wasn't ignoring you. We had a bit of technical difficulties there. I'm useless at technology and stuff like that, so I got it down with the help of Gracie, mate. Thank you. Nippon, what's the story? I will first want to ask you the breaking news. Roman has handed the keys back. What's happening, mate?
He ain't. No. Before you think he's selling the club or we're in the mud, he's going nowhere. He is going absolutely nowhere. He still owns the club. He's just taking a little step back from day-to-day operations. He'll still have he'll still be making all the big decisions like transfers and all the main goings. So the last word will still go through him.
Like, what does it mean for the club? Like, is it like I understand? Like, I did know. I was only messing up. I did know he's not going to sell it. He's not going to get rid of it or anything like that. It's just sort of probably changing ownership on a car or something like that. You know, he'll still be the boss man and making the decisions, but technically, he won't be involved. Is that correct?
It's complicated, but the main thing is he ain't going nowhere, and the main decisions will still be going on his watch.
Yeah, Gracie May, I'll go to you. Who do you think who would you like, let's say, the partner in the middle of the field with Partey? Do we have that player at the club, i.e. Xhaka?
I mean, he can go whenever he wants. I mean, he could go tomorrow if he wanted to. You know, I don't think a lot of us will be bothered.
No, Gracie, Xhaka in. You know, keep it.
Yeah, it's good for everyone else, but definitely not good for Arsenal.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you, Gracie.
I think I see potential in Lokonga, but he's young, and I just don't see him going anywhere at the moment. You know, he's shined in moments. When playing, he's held his own when he had to be pretty much by himself in the midfield when we had plenty of players out. So potentially Lokonga. I mean, it all depends on who we bring in the summer. I'm not going to pull out players from where and everywhere, because we all know how great we are at signing people. But I think Partey's doing an excellent job at the moment, you know. He's injury-free, which is a first since he joined. He's been playing well. He's been solid, and I've began to see, I wouldn't say completely, a structure in the midfield, which we have been missing for quite a while, and it leads to big mistakes that cost us games ultimately most of the time. But I just want to bring back to Pepe really quickly, of the midfield. What have I been saying for months? I said he's going to come on and he will score and he will prove Arteta wrong. And Arteta's reaction was priceless. All I could see was his pan. His face dropped for a second. Just for a second, you could see it on the TV. And then he celebrates. And you know what? It was brilliant. I was jumping up and down. I was like, that spin.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
I was just showing my boys this morning again, and I was just there because they're only kids and they're only playing football now, and I just playing football. That spin, he stole everyone in the Emirates, including players, fans, everything. It was such a good spin, you know. I'm just gonna, Graham, there's a question here for you. We touched on it already. What's your thoughts on the game? But Luke is saying, do you feel we can get top four now? Now, especially after United's 0-0 draw today with Watford, how do you think things are going to pan out, mate?
Yeah, but before I answer that one, Delboy, can I just have my say on the Abramovich thing? Yeah, because I think he's been quite cute, actually. I think what he's done is he's passed the club into sort of like charity administration, so the government can't get hold of Chelsea Football Club, you know, because I think the sanctions were coming against Abramovich, and they're out to seize his assets, so he can't come in the country, his house and all that. So he's quite cleverly stopped the government from getting their hands on Chelsea Football Club. So I think that's the reason why he's done it. Now, it could well be that whether he stays as owner of Chelsea, he might sort of like still. I think the comment about transfers, I think that's he obviously wouldn't be able to sanction any transfers. So if he's not actually, if he hands it over to the charitable trust and Chelsea run it, he might be able to, as was said, he might probably have a say in the background, but he won't be involved in transfers because he won't be able to. So I think he's done. He's protected Chelsea Football Club. That's what the statement is. It's just sad, you know. We all know that everything's intertwined, but I think it's just sad that they couldn't come out and say something about the atrocities that are going on in Ukraine, people losing their lives, and I think that's what, you know. If you're a true football fan, whether you're a Chelsea fan or not, I think we've all been horrified by those pictures on our TV screens, and you know, people losing their lives, people losing the city they love, and their lives being destroyed and ruined. It's so terribly sad. And to be honest with you, all these billionaires have made money out of Putin, and they're not going to come out and say anything against him, are they? That's the sad thing about it. But what he's done, I think, is he's trying to protect Chelsea Football Club. So I will say that. And back to the question, obviously I did talk about the game the other night. I do think we're in a really good position, really, to get top four. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but I think we're giving ourselves every chance. The Man United dropping points today was significant because their next three fixtures, I think they've got like Man City away, their next fixture, then they've got Tottenham at home, then they've got Liverpool away, so that's their next three. So they've got, and then they've got the Atletico Madrid second leg. So March is a really difficult month for Man United. So if they were to not pick up any points or hardly any points, and we can consolidate in our next two games by beating Watford and Leicester, we will be in a good position. Tottenham won today, but they lost at. Sorry.
You know, while we're on the subject of billionaires, can we not ignore, you know, the energy a lot of rival fans are showing for Roman? Can we not ignore the fact that your owners, John Henry and the Glazers, funded Obama and Bush for all those wars?
Yeah, well, look, that's true. I'm not saying. Look, we're talking about it's only because of the breaking news story tonight. That's the only reason why I'll give my thoughts on it. I'm not for 1 minute naive enough to think that owners of other football clubs haven't sort of like done that. So, but that's not the subject we're talking about, is it? So, and it's not. I'm not having a dig at Chelsea Football Club, if that's what you think.
I'm not saying you in particular. I'm saying other rival fans.
Yeah, look. At the end of the day, if you know me really well, which you don't, you would know that I've been around following football for over 50 years, and I hate the fact that football now is in the hands of owners coming in and taking over football clubs. I grew up watching football when football clubs were self-sustaining models, you know. So, and I don't like billionaires coming into football. I hate it, not just at Arsenal, at all clubs. Yeah. So I'll make that point straight away. So that's just my view. Look, I just thought, like, because it's the breaking news story. It's the only reason I addressed it. But you are fundamentally right. Other clubs have got owners who have put money into war campaigns or supported George Bush and Tony Blair when they did an illegal war in Iraq. I'm not that silly. But look, so just coming back to the point Del Boy asked me, and that was about our top four chances. So already saying it's going to be difficult for Man United for me is still the favourites, Del Boy. Despite that, because they've got the players, on paper they've got probably the most talented players. They're just underperforming for whatever reason. Tottenham have got the most talented manager, but what Arsenal have got a real togetherness in the group that is growing, and a togetherness between the manager to the players to the fans. Everything now is going in the right direction, so I think we put ourselves in a really great position because when you think about it, I haven't got the league table in front of me, but I think we've got something like 3 games in hand on Man United, who are 2 points ahead of us. Tottenham have won today, so they're 3 points behind us, but they've played a game more. The Wolves result was absolutely significant because had they won the other night, they would have gone back in front of us, but now they're 5 points behind us. West Ham have played more games than us. West Ham and Man United have both got 3 competitions still to play in. So, and we've got the one competition that we're focused on. As I say, if we can keep the players injury-free, I think the crucialness for us, Del Boy, is keeping the key players fit. Do you know what I mean? The Partey, he's absolutely crucial in centre mid. I think the 2 centre halves, White and Gabriel. I think Odegaard is brilliant at the moment. He gets better every week. He's not scoring so many goals and having as many assists as he did early in the season, but he is absolutely pulling strings on the right-hand side of our midfield. And then Bukayo Saka, he's crucial as well. And Martinelli and Smith Rowe are doing their stuff. So I think we're in a really good position to sort of like challenge and get that top 4 position. Whether we get it or not, obviously, is down to how we perform in the last 14 games of the season. But I think we've got a real good shout. I think the team's going in the right direction. I think the manager now has come out of a position early in the season where I know a lot of us were doubting him. I think now he's proved a lot of people wrong. I think he's tactically flexible. I think he's getting the best out of the players offensively. And I think overall we've got a great chance, So the results are going well at the moment, but that can change quite quickly. We got Watford away, Leicester at home, then we play Liverpool, and then we got Crystal Palace and Aston Villa away. Ask me after those 5 results. I think the key, Tottenham. I mean, Sky TV or the TV company is going to put that Tottenham Arsenal game back now to May, aren't they? Because they see it as a potential top 4 decider. So, but I think in answer to the question, I was really impressed the way we played against Wolves. The way, if you've been in the stadium, the crowd stayed with the team all through the night. There's a tremendous atmosphere on the ground all night. Stay with the team. The team kept pushing right to the end, kept believing right to the end. The manager was tactically astute the way he changed it, going with the extra forward. The tactical adjustments and Odegaard's impact in the final third to get the equaliser were key on the night. And I think we've given ourselves a great chance, mate, now to get that position. I never saw it a few weeks ago, but things are looking good. It could change, of course, but as things are at the moment, I think we're doing everything we could have expected. I never saw this at the start of the season, so I didn't think we had the 4th best squad in the league. We probably haven't got the depth of Man United, for example, but as I said, it's the togetherness between the fans, the players, and the manager is driving the team on. So I think we've got a great chance.
GK, you must be happy, mate.
I am happy. I also just have to say, I honestly don't believe in this Arsenal team at all. So what if you beat Wolves? So what if you beat the teams that you're supposed to beat? You're supposed to beat those teams. If you want a statement win, talk about last week when Tottenham absolutely obliterated us at certain points in that game. And yes, they did ride their luck. We had a penalty at the end, and then Harry Kane goes up the other end and scores. But honestly, I don't believe in Arsenal at all. The reason why is because of their manager, okay? Their manager. If they had a Diego Simeone or a Conte or a Guardiola or a Klopp or a Tuchel or even a Ten Hag, I would maybe believe in Arsenal. But they have Arteta. Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts that Mikel Arteta is an Arsenal legend? Do you honestly believe that in your heart of hearts?
Well, Gracie, I go to you with that. Now, Graham, I don't know if you know, he's a Man City supporter, so he's just...
Who is he, a Man City? He's a Man City supporter, is he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Before you ask, I want to ask his honest opinion on that controversial VAR call.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an absolute penalty. It was a penalty all day in the world. I cannot think of any other clear scenarios where that's not a penalty. That's a clear penalty all day in the world. And let me tell you something. The refereeing.
Thank you for being honest. There are so many City fans who are denying that. Thank you for being honest.
Because they're not real City fans. They're not real City fans like me. Yes, I want to win the league, but sometimes you have to be brutally honest. and that was a clear penalty all day in the world. And those dumbass City fans that think, oh, it's not a penalty, oh, it's not a penalty. Fuck off. I was just on Cherry's channel, the Football Terrace, and he showed me a little video of what actually happened, and he showed me that the red part was Rodri's arm that was hit, and the green was everything else about his body. The referee said that ball did not even touch like the arm of Rodri, and I just, oh my god, I almost lost my you know what, and I cannot believe the refereeing, the journalists, everything is wrong with football in this country. It really is. I'm so sorry, but that's an honest truth. And honestly, I don't give a fuck whether you like me or not. I care about honesty, because honesty.
You know, they're
is the
gonna
best
call you a
policy.
fake fan. They're gonna call you a fake fan for saying this.
Read my lips. Does it say I give a damn?
Of course it doesn't.
That's because I don't. And I'm saying this all from the heart.
I'm going to go to Gracie here. And Graham, you might want to kick in as well. I'm just asking a sort of an Arsenal point of view on Man City. How do Arsenal get to Man City's level of having so much talent on the bench, never mind on the pitch? We need to spend a lot of money. Is there more youth players that we can bring up? What do you think?
I mean, if we're being honest here, it is money, and no one can deny that. And that takes time. And do I see that happening? No, not right now, and not for quite a few years. You know, Man City have their level, and arguably they have bought their level in many senses, but they have a great manager. Let's not get it twisted. They have a brilliant manager. Brilliant manager, money, big names that are already established. It says it all, and we are rebuilding. You know, we generally are, but we need to go out, and we need to do some business this summer. Big business, because as I said, players are running out of contracts. And I do think that business includes renewing contracts, because I think that's very important. Otherwise, we're going to lose some really key players, and we won't be able to replace them. So,
sorry, just before I was just thinking this. I was actually on a podcast there earlier on this morning, and it was brought up. Would you give Lacazette a 1-year extension? You know, or 2-3 years? What do you think? Like, can we get better? Because I just think let's say 3 strikers ago, we started with 3 this year, and the 3 of them, let's say, could be gone in May, June, whatever it is. Is it too much of a void to get rid of 3? Should you keep at least one of them? Try to give them a 1 or 2-year contract?
well, I think we've got to keep at least one, because let's say for some reason we don't go and get someone in the summer and they decide to leave, then we're stuck again. So I definitely think there has to be a backup plan, and whether that is a new contract for Lacazette if we can't go. It's all on if, buts and maybes, because you generally don't know who we're going to go out, if we're going to sign any striker. But definitely we're going to have to. If all fails, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, I just got to say this.
Yeah.
So if you needed a striker so badly, why the fuck did you sell Aubameyang then?
Graham, do you want to take that?
If you needed a striker, why did you just sign probably one of the best forwards in world football? You effed him off to Barcelona, and now he's just scoring goals for fun. And actually, I'm not sure if you know this, Aubameyang scored, what was it? He scored I think it was 5 goals in 2 or 3 starts for Barca. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he scored a hat-trick on his first trip to Valencia, where I don't think barely any strikers have scored there this season. How does a guy that's probably one of the best forwards in world football gets effed off to Barcelona and is just loving life as if Arsenal never happened? Answer that.
Graham, do you want to take that?
I think the thing is, the reason we sold him was because he wasn't performing for Arsenal. That's the reason. No, listen, you've had your say, let me have my say. So, for example, this season he scored 4 goals in the season. That was in about, I haven't got the figures in front of me, you'll have to wait while I get the figures up, but he only scored 4 goals. His performances in the first 2 years, now don't get me wrong, I'm a massive Aubameyang fan, right? So, and so for 2 years he virtually carried the club, absolutely no doubt about it. He won us the FA Cup when we beat Man City in the semi and beat Chelsea in the final. It was down to him. But last season was the drop-off. So he only scored 10 league goals last season, and this year he'd only scored 4 in the first half of the season. But I think that the thing went bigger than that, wider than that, in the fact that his conduct at the club, and he always had a record of conduct at previous clubs where discipline issues, and we knew we were getting when we got him, of course, when Wenger signed him. And he's fallen out with the manager. Now, the problem is the manager's trying to build a culture at the club and to get young players to believe in senior players. And if the senior players, obviously you can shake your head as much as you like, but if the senior players are not buying into the culture, that is a problem, because then you've got a problem at the football club. Now, if Aubameyang was scoring this season loads of goals, he would probably, we'll be sort of like saying, it's a mistake to let him go, but he wasn't scoring goals for Arsenal. That's the fact. He was not scoring. He missed his last 2 games. He missed an open goal from 3 yards. I was in the stadium. He hit the post from 2 yards. He missed an open goal when he came on at Everton. Okay, so he wasn't. And he might not want to be there, but his performances for the club on the pitch were not good enough. I think that's part of it. Now, I agree that when we decided to sort of like sever our links with him, that we should have brought someone in. And to be fair to the club, they did try and get Vlahovic in, which they couldn't get a deal over the line, but they should have maybe got a loan deal to the end of the season to cover that, I think. But it's not as if when we sold him, he scored more goals for Barcelona in 3 games than he has for Arsenal all season. Now, you can argue about the strength of the Premier League, the strength of the La Liga. He scored a hat-trick for us at Valencia, by the way, in the Europa League 2 years ago. So he does score goals. Right? So he does score goals.
It is the history of the Arsenal.
What do you mean?
Bingo.
What is the history of the Arsenal then?
Del Boy got what I was trying to say.
Greg, he's a Chelsea supporter as well, so that's why I have them underneath us. We're all the Arsenal supporters up
top. I mean, the history of the Arsenal is far better than the history of the Chelsea, isn't it? We've won more trophies than Chelsea.
You didn't get what I mean.
What's the point you're making? What's the point you're making?
Del Boy gets what I'm trying to say.
Well, explain it then.
Like you see a player not doing well at Arsenal, you lose patience with him. You sell him, and then he starts flourishing.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a bit early to say. It's a bit early to say he starts flourishing. That's the point, because he's only played a few games, isn't it? You've got to judge him at the end of the season. So, so that's the first point. But I think the thing is, it wasn't a case of it was. This wasn't an original. This wasn't a sort of like a snap decision, was it? He hasn't been scoring for Arsenal for over a season and a half. He scored 14 goals for Arsenal in his rate per goals was dropping rapidly. So he wasn't the class striker he was in the first 2 years at Arsenal. And I haven't got the numbers to hand to back it up, but you will see it if you check the numbers out. But you're getting carried away with one good performance, I think, in Valencia. Now, it could well be that Barcelona found a way to play to his strengths, because Aubameyang is someone who likes to play off the shoulder, likes to be played in behind. He was operating on the left-hand side at Arsenal, on the left-hand side of our attack, where he wasn't happening for him. He was playing he then moved him down the middle, and he wasn't scoring down the middle either. So I think the thing is, that's the reason, one of the reasons why I think Arteta obviously dropped him from the side. That's not the reason he moved him on. Unfortunately, he fell out with the manager over conduct, isn't he? So if you think it's acceptable, I mean, wherever you work, if I kept turning up late every week, I'd lose my job, wouldn't I? I wouldn't, no matter how good I was good. no matter how good I was at the job. So, and I
But the
don't
Man
think it's a
City
case
fan
of
next to
moving
me
him on.
wants
You've
to
got to
say
remember,
something.
he's 32 years old. He's 32 years old.
Like, I just think that basically it's a human sort of thing that what happened. Arteta and Aubameyang just didn't like each other. And basically that sort of like, he sort of probably not down to, but sort of just like, it wasn't there for him. If I didn't like my boss, I'd hate them. And I went into work, I wouldn't be given 110% if I had a boss who I loved and I wanted to work for him, But look, I just want to.
But he was Del Boy. He was putting in the work. His work off the ball, tracking back. He was putting in the work. He just wasn't scoring goals on the pitch, was he? He was putting the work in. His work rate off the ball was okay. I watch the games week in, week out, and I'm in the stadium. His work rate off the ball was okay. Just the fact when he was getting his chances, he wasn't putting them away, not like he was 2 years ago. Now you can say what you like about sort of him being a class striker. He still is a good forward, no doubt. He is on the wane. I mean, you've got to accept he's 32 years old. He's not as good as he was a few years ago. Now, if the end of the season in Spain, if he absolutely smashes it and get lots of goals, then of course I'll be proved wrong. But I don't think I'm getting carried away by just because he started well and scored in a few goals at the start of his career in Barcelona. So, and I think the thing is, I still maintain that if you're not following the culture at the club, you're setting a bad example to the younger players in the group. Are you prepared to put up with that then? Because then when the other younger players start doing exactly the same as him, what are you going to do? Turn the blind eye to that? You're not building the team spirit, are you? So, look, I think the thing is,
Chris disagrees with you.
And I'm
sure he
disagree
does,
with you
yeah.
as well.
okay.
First of all, there is so much wrong with what you just. It's like.
Go on, going on him.
First of all, I need to you're an Arsenal fan. Are you really going to sit there and tell America and the whole world and the rest of Arsenal about, we just have to wait and see how Aubameyang's going to do? The proof's right there, buddy. It's right there. It's all there. It's amazing what happens when you actually put someone in the center where they're supposed to be playing. It's not rocket science.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he played in the centre at Arsenal all season. When he came back in against Norwich, he had a 3-month period in the centre of the team.
So one game.
And he scored 3 goals. Okay? Scored 3 goals playing down the middle for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not you're slightly twisting what I said. I didn't say that. I said I'm not getting carried away because he started with a hat trick, am I? I said, and I'm not saying we have to sell and then judge him at the end of the season. I'm saying, look, it's too early to judge him. That's the point I'm making. So you're slightly
how is it
twisting
too early to judge him? If he's literally doing exactly.
But you're getting carried away with the numbers because you're getting carried away because he started with 5 goals in 3 games, isn't he? So, okay.
Look, lads, I know that I just want to introduce Brandon here just after admin from Gunners TV. Welcome aboard, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
Do you have anything to say before I drop a question for you?
Say again, mate.
Do you want to say anything or continue on that conversation? Because I have a question here for you if you want.
No, go for it.
I just have what Karen says here. Pepe needs a run of games. You give him the run of games, Lacazette has, and I guarantee you he will score more than Lacazette.
Bingo! 100%.
100%. One thing I would say, right, is Lacazette, he works very hard. But that should be a given at Arsenal. Yeah? Every single player should work hard because you're playing for Arsenal Football Club. Now, we watched Lacazette on Thursday night, and there he had 3, 4, maybe even 5 half-decent opportunities to put the ball in the back of the net. And he didn't do that, right? And let's be honest, his goal at the end, it's great for him, but if it hadn't took a deflection, it was going out for a throw-in or it was a cross to Saka. I genuinely believe that. That wasn't a shot. That was a cross. Or, if it was a shot, it was going well out, for a throw-in on the far side. So he got a bit lucky with that one. One thing I'll say about Pepe is, although he doesn't get used as much as what he should be used, in my opinion, He scores goals. He creates assists. Yeah. I believe Pepe had, 15 goal contributions last season and 12 assists, you know? And he doesn't really get that much of a run of games. Now, with last season and even leading up to the beginning of this season, one thing about Pepe that Arteta has always been critical of is the fact that he doesn't show it in training. He doesn't work that hard in training. He doesn't justify his position in the team because of the way that he trains and stuff like that. However, recently, Arteta has come out in press conference and said that he's very, very impressed with the way that Nicolas Pepe has been working in training. He seems like a completely different player since he's come back from the AFCON. And my question to Arteta now is, why are you not starting him?
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying.
This guy is doing everything you've asked him to do now. Yeah?
Yes.
You came out and you've given him praise in the media off your own back. Why not start the guy? Because if I'm Pepe, I'm sitting there thinking, well, okay, I was very inconsistent and that's why he wasn't picking me. I wasn't doing the things that he was asking me to do in training. That's also a reason why he wasn't picking me. Now I am doing them things, and you've even came out in the media to praise me, but yet I still can't get in this team. If I'm Nicolas Pepe, I'm thinking, well, what else can I do to get in this team? Seriously.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm also, not to interrupt you, Brandon, but first of all, it's good to see you. And beforehand, if I was Nicolas Pepe and I was in that situation, I would have just said, BS, I'm out of here. This manager clearly doesn't rate me for whatever reason. I don't know if that's his dumbass thinking or whatever, or he just doesn't like the guy. But if I'm Nicolas Pepe, I'm going BS. I'm out of here. The manager clearly doesn't rate me for whatever reason. So why am I even wasting my time? And they spent £72 million on this dude. 72 million, and yet you're literally just leaving him to dry. You're just leaving this dude to dry. Honestly, I don't get it.
He has to start against Watford on Sunday.
He should have been starting the whole season, Brandon.
His cameo performance against Wolves justifies his starting position against Watford on Sunday. If he doesn't start on Sunday, it is disgrace.
If he doesn't start on Sunday, I'm going to go straight to Arsenal and punch him in the face.
And them two, Saka in particular needs a rest. He needs to be dropped from the squad, and not from the squad, but he needs to be dropped to the bench because he needs a rest. Pepe can come in and do a job. He needs to play on Sunday. And if Arteta doesn't pick him, I don't know what to say.
First of all, the fact that Bukayo Saka has played over, I think it's over 80 straight games for Arsenal and no rest. I'm not even a manager, and I would know to rest that dude. The fact that he's still playing at such a young age, you're asking for an ACL tear right there. I don't know what people are saying about, oh, Mikel Arteta's building the team. No, he's not. If you want to think of it, honestly, I could think of a team right now that would compete for a title, and a manager that would compete for a title, and Nicolas Pepe would be in that team, and Aubameyang would be in that team. And honestly, I don't believe in this BS about building for the future. No, build for the now, because the future's a whole bunch of nows anyway. I said this last week on Lee's channel. Honestly, just build for the now, put Nicolas Pepe in the team because he deserves to be in the team, and build for the now. And plus, it's also been 2 decades almost since he won the league title. So I don't want to hear this BS about, oh, rebuild. No, build for the now.
The thing is it'll be interesting as well to see what happens, because if Arsenal get top 4, let's just say we do, because
they're going to have a parade for this dude.
It's within the realms of possibility. Now that Manchester United have dropped points again today, we've got games in hand and stuff like that. If we don't get top 4, it is disgrace because of the position that we've put us, well, not that we've put ourselves in, but because of the position that we're in to get top 4. What will be interesting will be what will happen if we do get top four? Will
gonna have a
we
parade for
go
him.
back to the old Arsene Wenger days where, top four then ultimately becomes acceptable? Or will we be the football club that tries to go on and compete for league titles and stuff like that? Because me, personally, I look at it and I think, well, we're under the same owners, the same regime.
Yep.
Are we going to try and go and compete for a league title if we get top four? Or are we going to be stuck in that same cycle that we was with Arsene Wenger for 20 years?
Also, I just want to
Towards
say,
the end of his decade, where top four is the ultimate. And as long as we're getting the money, we don't care about competing and winning things.
yep, Brandon, you literally just hit the nail on the head.
Can I just throw this comment to you there? Just about Aubameyang, what Fred's is saying here. Did Aubameyang stand up to Arteta? And is that probably one of the reasons why they had the falling out and he got rid of him? Gracie.
That just sounds so dictatorial, though. You challenge, you draw, you get exiled. That just sounds like such a dictatorial move.
But sorry, go ahead, Gracie. Go ahead.
No, go on. I just want to make one point before I say what I've got to say about this. Just before we go again, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Everyone's got a different side, and let's just respect that side, okay? Just want to put that out there. We're all here to debate, but let's just keep it respectful, because everyone's got different sides. Everyone supports different teams. Whatever team you come from, we're here to have a fair debate. But I think, Aubameyang's gone, right? It's the end of that story. He's gone. He may do well in Barcelona. Well done. Go do your thing. You're a footballer. You're going to move on eventually. I don't think we should punish anyone for going. It's their livelihood, It is their job at the end of the day. But yeah, everyone knows there was a falling out, right? And I completely agree what happened in that situation. Strips of the captaincy for good reasons. I don't want someone influencing if I had a team, my young players to show up late and to do what he done and to argue back with the manager. Now, there's nothing wrong with stating your opinion, but we'll never know what happens. We'll never know what happened at all, ever, right? So looking forward, we have to think of a situation where, right, so he's gone. Will he play Pepe, right? I think he deserves to start against Watford, because if he flops, fair enough, I will put my hands up and say, but there is no concrete evidence, because he hasn't played enough. There is no concrete evidence to say he's going to fail, he doesn't deserve to be in the team, etc. But if he does, let's just say, in a world, I'll play devil's advocate here, in a world where he does flop, fair enough. Fair enough, it didn't work out. Now let's move on. I'm always looking forward to the next. I don't want to sound like Arsene Wenger. I look forward to the next game. Whatever happens in the past, when players are left, it's a business. It's going to happen.
Can I just sort of say just one thing on the other thing? Every time a player moves a club, a manager moves a club, you get the honeymoon period, you get the bounce. You know what I mean? That always happens. Aubameyang is there at the minute. I wasn't saying it about Ramsdale. Everyone's giving it all about Ramsdale. I was gutted. I remember when he signed, I was just like, no, for fuck's sake, is this where we're at? We're signing Ramsdale. We've got 2 teams relegated. I was free. He has been brilliant this season. Excellent. And he really has been. And I put my hand, the first person to put my hand up. But I always think you need about a season to a season and a half, and then you can judge a player, how good they've been. And I'm talking about Aubameyang as well here. So when he's a season and a half at Barcelona, then I'll say, right, okay, how many goals has he bagged? How many games has he played? You know what I mean? And that's the sort of the way that I look at things. Yeah, Graham. Can I just go to Graham here just 1 second? Because I don't like Xhaka. He reminds me, I'm Irish, he reminds me of Glenn Whelan. He always got his game. I don't understand why. Graham, you're very good at tactical sort of breakdown. I want Shaq gone for what he's done. I don't know your standing on it. I just think he disrespects the captain's armband. There's such good leaders at this club, and even before go beyond, like Arsene Wenger's area, Tony Adams, and like the whole lot. Like, who should be beside Partey in the centre midfield? I'd love to see Basuma in there with Partey. I think that the two of them would really, really work out well. My question to you is the Xhaka the answer, or do you think we should get a new centre midfielder?
I think we need both. So I think we're in that position now where Aubameyang's moved on. I agree with Gracie. We need to move on from that. His numbers, I've just got his numbers here. First 2 seasons for Arsenal, 22 league goals in 36 games in both seasons. Last season, in 30 games, he scored 10 goals, and this season, 4 goals. So whatever you think, his numbers have dropped, okay? So that's a fact. That's the fact, not an opinion. So he is still a quality striker, in my opinion. But he wasn't doing it for Arsenal, and he fallen out with Arteta. So stripped him of the captaincy. And I do think Arteta should manage these players better. When he has fallouts with players, I don't like the fact he quickly moves them on, and that's the end of it. I think you've got to have better man management skills than that, I think, and sometimes resolve issues with players. So, but that's what he chose to do. So just coming back to it, we're in that position now. Aubameyang's been moved on. Lacazette and Nketiah are coming to the end of their contracts. I think Lacazette is, to me, I agree with the gentleman who said it, he's sort of struggling to score goals. And I think we need to not give him an extension. And Nketiah's stepping has never been good enough, really, in my opinion, either. So we're going into the summer now, needing probably 3 strikers. And how are you going to literally find 3 strikers in the summer? You need 2 quality strikers and a backup. So I think he needs to sort of like prioritise the fact we need strikers. This is probably the leanest. Remember, I go right back to the 1970s. This is the worst front line at Arsenal probably since about 1983 now. So, but that's what he chose to go with, and that's a huge risk. And that could, in the end, stop us from getting top 4. The fact that we've taken this risk and moved Aubameyang and not replaced him. So, in answer to your question, I think we need probably 2 quality strikers in the summer, and we need a centre mid next to Partey. I think there's no doubt about it. I think we need to move Granit Xhaka on. I don't think that, although he's doing a reasonably good job on the left side of midfield, either as a left-sided number 8 or in a pivot, I think he's always got a mistake in him, and I don't think he's what we need. I think we need an uplift in that area, an upgrade in that area. So I think we need 2 quality strikers and a centre mid in the summer.
Yeah. All I have to say is good luck in getting 2 quality strikers that want to come to Arsenal and have no Champions League pedigree to follow that. So,
well, hold it. We don't listen. That's the idea. If we get, that's why it's so crucial to get the Champions League, isn't it? But because if we got the Champions League, we wouldn't be having that conversation. But you've got to remember, Aubameyang came before. If
you get Champions League, what are the chances of you getting Bayern Munich, getting battered like you did? Also, your last Champions League game was against Bayern Munich, and you lost 5-1 to them. So what are the?
Yes.
So why would you want to get Champions League, knowing that there's a real possibility that you could get Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Madrid, Juventus, City, and you'll still lose because of your manager? Why would you?
Well, I think the answer to that question is that the Bayern Munich are not the Bayern Munich of 3 or 4 years ago when we got battered by them, and also the Barcelona are not the Barcelona of 3 or 4 years ago. And thirdly, just to answer the question, can I just come back in, please?
Wait.
I'm not being delusional. I'm not being delusional. I'm not being delusional at all.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So you're.
Can I just finish my? With great respect, can I just finish? If I just finish my point, you can come in, okay? Let me finish my point. Normally, when I come on platforms, I have a say. Then, if you disagree with me, it's fine. But let me finish my point. So the point is, I'm trying to make here that when we got battered, that Bayern Munich team are now in a position, whether you like it or not, where it's already come out that they're going to have to sell players because they're financially struggling. So they would, and they're not the team this year in the Bundesliga they were 5 years ago. That's a fact, right? So number 2, Barcelona are no longer the Messi Barcelona that used to beat us regularly. They used to put us out. So that's the second point. And the gentleman made the point we're going to get battered by Man City, okay? Man City did batter us early in the season when we were down to 10 men when Xhaka did a Xhaka thing and got himself sent off. But I was at the Emirates back in January when we played really well against Man City and actually dominated the game. We're 1-0 up.
Did you win?
And the game turned.
Did you win?
The game turned on
for
2
minutes. For 1 hour.
So I'm just saying that that's not the way footballers look at it. They don't look at, say, oh, I'm not going to go to that club because they might get battered by Bayern Munich or whatever, because they come to clubs because they want to play in the Champions League, regardless of whether you like it or not. Arsenal is still a big club, probably still the third biggest club in England behind Liverpool and Man United. Certainly is on trophies won and on history and tradition. Okay.
What they will look at though, Graham, can I just jump in?
Yeah,
what
sure.
they will look at though, Graham, is the manager's treatment of the big name players at this football club.
Pepe,
yes,
Aubameyang.
Brad.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Sorry,
the
Brandon.
One thing that is
Yes,
against
Brandon.
Are they going to want to play for the manager who, you know, you see it with Pepe. Arsenal broke a club record to sign Nicola Pepe, and he's doing a bench most week. You know, we had a striker in Aubameyang who again cost us £50 million. I know he's getting on a bit now, and his numbers have dropped and stuff like that. But it takes one falling out, and he's out of the club. So any young or youngish striker, top quality striker that is looking for a move, are they going to want to come to Arsenal knowing that they could potentially ruin their career? Because if they do something that the manager don't like, they could be out the door or they could be on the bench. Do you know what I mean? Like that's one thing that I would say.
That's what
Champions
I said.
League or no Champions League, it doesn't really matter.
Also, one more thing. Can you imagine Robert Lewandowski against Ben Scheidt? Just imagine that. That's a big possibility. I'm just saying. So, like, break that down. Imagine that. Robert Lewandowski, the player that should have won the Ballon d'Or 2 years in a row, him against Ben Scheidt.
It might not necessarily be Lewandowski, Ben Scheidt, as you call him, but it depends the way we set the team up, doesn't it? It doesn't always come down to one-on-one battles in football matches. You can say you can have a dig at a player and put it in whatever way you like, mate. But with the greatest respect, I've just watched Everton literally compete with Man City. Everton are a long way short of Man City in ability, but they put in a really good performance in that game tonight, and were very unlucky to lose the game 1-0. Okay, Man City dominated the game, but Man City, with all their superior technical players, Michael Keane dealt quite. He's not even at the level of Ben White. Ben White, I think, deserves to be in the England squad on these performances this season. I'm not saying he should be as an England starter, but his performances this year in the Premier League have been really good.
But that's because he has Gabriel next to him.
Do you watch every Arsenal game, mate, home and away?
No, but I know.
Oh, there you go. Then. Thank you very much.
No,
thank you very much.
But I can see. No, but I can see.
Right, when you give it the whole lot, what we'll do is let's talk about City for a minute, okay? What do you make of them? Are Liverpool breathing down their neck now? Do you think that you guys can win the league or kick on, or what's happening?
I mean, the only reason why I don't think we might not win the league is because of results like Everton today. And the only reason why Everton probably should have deserved something anyway is because they sat back and defended for large parts of the game. They only had one shot on target. All right, they only had one shot, and that's because Everton are not going to play. They're not going to come out and play like Manchester. They're not going to come out and play against against us. They're going to sit back until the last 80 minutes of the game, and then maybe they'll have one or two opportunities where they'll go on the counterattack, and that's where they'll hurt us. Other than that, they didn't do anything. They practically didn't do anything. So I'm based on that. I would be scared of Liverpool because one, they have Mo Salah, and actually that's the only reason why I fear Liverpool is because they have Mo Salah, probably the best player in the world right now. I don't care what anyone thinks. I don't care if people say that Messi's the best player in the world right now. Mo Salah is hands down the best player in the world. I'm not joking about that. So to be honest with you, yes, Liverpool are breathing down our necks. But I still think we can win it because, again, Klopp hasn't beaten City at the Etihad since Pep Guardiola has been manager in the league. So that's why I have a little bit of confidence. And also, us at home, it's almost like a fortress. The Etihad is almost like a fortress for us, where we've barely lost there, and the teams
you lost there last week. You lost there last week to Tottenham.
So that's a one-off. That was a one-off game.
Well, you just said it was a fortress, but you lost your last game then.
DK's feeling the grain pressure.
Not to be mean, you are.
Look,
yes,
if you want my view on it, my view on it is that Man City are the best team in the league. Okay, that's my view. So, but I think the only thing me and you agree on is the Salah argument. Okay, so I do think Salah is driving Liverpool forward. I still think Man City will win the league. I still think they're the best team, and I still think they're going to get the league this year. Liverpool, I was looking at the numbers, right? Liverpool are in what Liverpool have got. If Man City had signed Harry Kane at the start of the season, this league title wouldn't even be a title race. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Man City lack a striker, like a pivotal.
Yes.
And that's what they need. If they got that missing ingredient in their team, they would be absolutely untouchable. But Liverpool have got quality forwards in Mane and Salah, right, who can do damage. But Man City play the best football. Man City got the best technical players. Man City, for me, have got the best defence. I still think Man City got a wonderful defence. And I think Man City will not lose to Liverpool at the Etihad. So, and I think Man City will win the league. But it's still, we've got a title race now, haven't we? Because Man City, over the last few weeks, haven't been playing as well as what they can do. And I think Liverpool are going to push them all the way, but I expect Man City to win it.
Sorry, guys, just before we just go on, I just want to say DJ Gatti, he was the first one in here this evening, and he just got cut off. And I can only have 6 people in at the minute, you know what I mean? And if you're trying to get back in, well, please get onto my Twitter or my Instagram and private DM me, and I'll get back to you. And when I'm doing the calling, you'll be the first one on, and I'll give you your time. I'm so sorry, it's not my fault. It's just the screen out, whatever way it is. It's just acting up there. I'll go to Nip on, since you're a Chelsea supporter. Chelsea Liverpool tomorrow in the final Carabao Cup. How are you feeling, mate? What do you think is going to happen?
Oh boy, tough one. It's never easy to call a Chelsea-Liverpool final, ever. In fact, it's never easy.
Or do you think it's going to be a tight game?
Sorry,
I was just saying, do you think there'll be plenty of goals, or is it going to be one of these sort of 0-0 draws?
Look, I've said on a lot of social media platforms that it's going to go into extra time and Chelsea will win it 3-2. But but what I always do in cup finals is I give my head and my heart prediction. So my head says Liverpool will win it 1-0 in 90 minutes, but my heart says Chelsea will 3-2 after extra time.
Wow.
Gracie, I'll go to you.
Look, and I'm not comfortable giving a... Look, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to give an outright winner. That's how uncomfortable I feel predicting the cup final.
I'll go around me here. I'll go Gracie. Final tomorrow. What do you think?
My first response would be Liverpool to win it, if I'm being honest. I do see them following through. It'll be a good game either way. I think it's going to be backwards and forwards, both great teams and on form. I think Mo Salah would probably win the show and go nick it for Liverpool. But I don't watch the teams much. I watch every Arsenal game, and that's about it, if I'm being honest. But if I had to give a prediction, I'd probably say 3-1 Liverpool.
Ooh. Graham, same question. What do you think, mate?
I think I watched the 2 games between them in the league this year. The game at Anfield ended, I think, in a draw.
They both.
I think. They both. They both ended in a draw. You're right. The game at Anfield. Yeah, they both ended in a draw, 1-1. Did somebody get sent off? I think Chelsea go down to 10 in that game, didn't they? The first one, Anfield. And they defended really well. So Chelsea defended really well and got a draw. The second game at Stamford Bridge, I watched as well. And Liverpool were 2-up, and Chelsea came back and got a draw with 2 goals. So, look, there's very little between the teams, I think. I think that Liverpool are... I think Chelsea won't play Lukaku tomorrow. I think Havertz will play. And I think it'll be all finals are cagey, aren't they? So I think it'll be a tight affair. I don't think there'll be many goals in it. But, if you had to put me on the spot, I think Liverpool would probably nick it. But I think it'll be a tight game. Chelsea proved that when they beat Man City in the Champions League against the odds, really, because Man City are a superior team, in my opinion, to Chelsea. But Chelsea won the Champions League final. So Chelsea, I don't think can be underestimated. I think it'll be a very tight game. But I'm leaning towards Liverpool nicking it. That's my view.
Chica, you go.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I think if I had to give a winner right now, I would probably give it to Liverpool just. But I think I guess it depends on who scores first, because I've seen it where when Chelsea score first, see, I'm a big supporter of Goonie. He has a channel, Man Knows Football. And he pretty much says, and I believe it, when we played Chelsea in the Champions League final, they scored the first goal, and then it was like trying to pull a needle out of a haystack. We could not score against them. Again, we had no striker. But even then, I think we still wouldn't have scored because of how amazing their defense was. So I think whoever scores first, I know I'm not giving a straight answer, but I think whoever scores first will win it.
I just want to say, sorry to film something here. I just want to say, Jamie, what's the story, man? How are you,
Yeah,
brother?
I'm good, my man. I'm good.
I was watching your live stream earlier. Jamie's a Liverpool supporter for everyone. There's his own channel. Check it out. There's his name, and as well, Gracie May, your channel. And I'm going to give everyone a shout out before we go, and you can get your Instagram and Twitter and stuff like that before you leave. Jamie, I've just going around the room here and just sort of asking what did he think of the game. You're sitting right beside Nip on there, who's a Chelsea supporter. So I took you nicely in beside him, get a nice opinion of the match. What do you think the result of? Well, how do you think the game will go tomorrow, first of all, and then the result?
So tomorrow's game is going to be very tight. You take Man City out of the league. You take Man City out of this. Liverpool and Chelsea are the 2 best teams in the country, obviously with Man City. So it's going to be a very, very tight game. I see us coming out on top. We got the better 11. We're the stronger team. We're the better side. The league don't lie. We are the better team at this moment in time. And it's going to be tight, though. I will say there's 2 teams I don't want to play in a cup final. It is Chelsea and Manchester City, especially Chelsea. I know Chelsea have lost 4 of their last 5 domestic finals, though. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be a close game, but I think this game is going to be won in the midfield tomorrow. So whoever can control the midfield for the whole match, I believe, wins this game tomorrow, and that's going to be exciting. It's going to be Thiago against Kante. That's going to be an excellent match up there. Our front 3 at the moment we got the best forward line in Europe, without no question of doubt. I don't care what anyone says. We have the best forward line in Europe. We've got the best player in the world in Salah. Chelsea's threat. I really hope Chelsea play Lukaku tomorrow, because he's a useless waste of skin. So I really hope he does play tomorrow, because Virgil will have a great time against Lukaku if he plays tomorrow. But I think he'll go Havertz, he'll go Pulisic, and if I'd go Werner if I was Chelsea. I'd play all my front 3. I'd play all the speedsters against Liverpool's fullbacks, because I think Chelsea's game plan tomorrow will be trying to attack our fullbacks. Trent and Robbo like to start in a high position on the halfway line. They got 19 assists between them this season, which is absolutely ridiculous. And, if you can keep Trent and Robbo quiet, you keep a lot of our threat quiet. So I think they might try and have the speedsters trying to push Trent and Robbo back, stop them attacking, getting them forward. And if they do get forward, they can expose them and get in behind. So there's a lot to look forward to tomorrow as well. I think it's going to be a tight game, but I do think we'll get 2-0, 2-1 Liverpool. I fancy Diaz getting the winner because Chelsea haven't come across Diaz in a Liverpool shirt yet, and this man's mustard. So yeah,
so good, honestly.
Yeah, that's my opinion on
it. Yeah, sorry, just distracted there by Rich.
the Irish Varane.
He called me the Irish Varane for some reason, or else I could call the Irish Pochettino. I'll leave that to you guys. I wish I had his money. Jamie, we were just having a discussion there before you came. I don't know if you heard it. First of all, Lacazette. Would you give him a 2 or 3 year contract, or do you think it's goodbye, good luck, thank you for your service?
I think you've got to keep Lacazette around because you need experience in this young Arsenal team.
Absolutely.
I did the Arsenal Wolves watch along on Thursday, and I thought Lacazette was brilliant from the first minute to the last minute. You know, he held up the play really well. Gets young players involved. Yes, his confidence in front of goal might be lacking at this moment in time, but he does give you other things apart from scoring goals. He gives you stuff Aubameyang didn't. If Aubameyang weren't scoring goals, Aubameyang went missing for 90 minutes. Where if Lacazette ain't scoring goals, Lacazette's still involved in a lot of the play for Arsenal. You know, his hold-up play I thought was excellent on Thursday. I'd keep him at the club if I was an Arsenal fan because you want Arteta's building a young future at Arsenal, and you've got your Martinellis and your Sakas. They need that experience to learn off. Unless you go and buy someone with equal experience, then there's no point letting him go. So I'd keep him around for the meantime.
Gracie, is there any other areas you think Arsenal need to improve in the summer? We were talking about the midfield and the strikers, obviously, but is there any other areas you think we need to strengthen?
I mean, I think we stated all. I mean, with the defence right now, it's tricky because it's going to be controversial, but I think we got a good chemistry between them, and I really don't want to break up the partnership. I want to see where it leads, and it's a big if, but I am liking what we have at the moment. I'm not saying it's perfect because nothing is perfect at the moment. And I know some people may disagree, but we're not perfect, and I don't want to break up that partnership yet because I think what we have we can build on. But that's just what I think. And if you're going to disagree, you're going to disagree, but an opinion's an opinion.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Graham, you know, now I don't like I coach an under-10s football team. My son's on the football team. I'm no Pep Guardiola or, you know, George Graham or whoever, you know, with the tactics of. But I find that managers that are playing against Arteta know exactly his game plan. And they know the sort of team that's going to come out. Maybe not exact tactics or anything like that. Am I wrong in what I'm saying? Or, like, what do you make of that?
Well, I think he's changed the tactics over the last few weeks. We've gravitated away from a 4-2-3-1 more to a 4-3-3. And he was flexible in his substitutions against Wolves on Thursday night, and he went 3-5-2 at the end. So he changed the tactics in that game. So I think we were predictable before in that we attacked mainly down that left-hand side and obviously tried to get Kieran Tierney out wide for crosses. That was the predictability. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's moved Xhaka slightly high up the pitch to play in that left-sided number 8 role so that Xhaka, there's 3 of them to combine on that side. I think he is playing, I mean, to be honest with you, he's trying to mould us into sort of like a very similar to Pep's team at Man City without probably the key players that he needs. We haven't got such good players as Man City to play that. But what you can see what he's trying to do with like Partey's at the base, whereas they used to have, say, Fernandinho at the base. You got 2 sort of left side and the right side in number 8 and 3 forward. So I think that's what he's trying to do. I think the tactics have changed during the season. It's you could say it's predictable, but I think that football is so well coached now. I think you know how most teams play, and so I think, I look at how teams play. I can work out how teams play. I know how Man City play. I know how Liverpool play. Liverpool is all about transition, trying to get the ball forward quickly to their pacey forwards. And obviously, as the Liverpool fan said there, I forget his name, apologise, getting their two fullbacks high. That's the difference between Man City and Liverpool, isn't it? Man City, Liverpool play with their wide forwards and they use their fullbacks, whereas Man City come more through the inside channels, with their number 8. So, and they don't play with a forward. So, how teams play. So, I think Arteta, to be fair to him, was predictable in the past. I see that he's learning more this year and being less predictable. Is my answer to that question.
Yeah. Chike, as a Man City fan, what do you think, mate? Is our Arsenal? I'm not just talking about Arteta. Is Arsenal as an outsider looking in? Are we predictable? Team selection, tactics, what we're going to do. What do you think?
First of all, they need a new manager. Okay. They need someone that actually has experience, not just someone that sat with Pep for 4 years, picking up cones and everything. They need a center back. They did not need Benjamin White because Brighton sold Benjamin White. They sold Benjamin White to Arsenal because if you don't call him Benjamin, he'll get all pissed off. They sold Benjamin White to Arsenal. They did not sign a replacement.
No, man, call him Ben. No one cares about what he thinks. Call him Ben.
First of all, they did not replace Benjamin White because they didn't want a Benjamin White because they realized that he's going to Arsenal now. They don't need he was crap anyway. The fact that they didn't even replace him tells you how horrendous this dude must have been for them to not buy a replacement. Tells you all you need to know about Ben White. So they need a new center back. They need a new manager. They need to bring what's his face? They need to bring Saliba back from France because he's on loan and he's part of the best defense in France. And all right, and let's not get twisted. PSG have the best team, but do they have the best defense? No. Marseille have the best defense. So they need to bring him back. They need to F off Xhaka in the summer, okay? Because that guy is as useless as a chocolate teapot. All right. So they need to get rid of him. They also should have kept Aubameyang because honestly, I think this guy can give you about another 3-4 years. And the only reason why those two butted heads was because Aubameyang has so much more experience than Arteta. And he was like, bollocks, I'm not gonna if you're not gonna manage this team right, I'm out of here. Do you know what I'm saying? So they need a manager, a center back, maybe maybe an actual proper right back, because as good as Tomiyasu has been, according to some fans, he's not great, but he's not terrible. But I would still sell him because I think he can do a hell of a lot better. And so they need a manager, a right back, a center back, bring back Saliba, sell Granit Xhaka, get Basuma, bring back Aubameyang, get Lacazette scoring, and then you'll have a team. But as long as you get a new manager, then you'll be all set.
So we need a whole new manager, a new fucking team. Jesus Christ, we're in a bad state of affairs for the team.
And a new owner too. Let's not forget a new owner, because you tell if you really think that the Cronkies are going to go out and try and sign Robert Lewandowski from Bayern Munich, then you're kidding yourself. You are honestly kidding yourselves. And people may abuse me and whatever, but honestly, I don't see where this team is going. It's almost been 2 decades since you won a league title. So that should just tell you, I don't want to build for the future. I want to build for the now. Because it's been almost 2 decades since you won a league title. Turn it in, man. They just need a new manager. That's the number 1 priority. The transfers will come after that. But you need a new manager.
Nippon, I'm coming to you. Do we need a new manager?
Yes.
Do you need a new manager? Yes, but I'd rather you didn't. But yeah, of course. Anyway, all banter aside, yeah, I think you do need a new manager.
Who, as a Chelsea supporter, who do you think is out there that Arsenal can get that would improve the team straight away, or what's your opinion on that?
Look, the thing is with good managers is they will see what's going on at Arsenal and say, "Why do I want to go to this shit? They're being run by yes men, and they won't like being called out if things are going pear-shaped." You see Conte down the lane. Arsenal fans are laughing at him, but don't get it twisted. If he had joined Arsenal, he would be doing the same thing here as well. There as well.
You think he'd do a job for us?
I think he'd walk because either he'd walk or the board would say, get rid. He's calling us out and we don't like it. See what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. I do see what you mean. And I just think we missed out on a lot of managers through Arsene Wenger. I think the last few years of Arsene Wenger, we could have got Pep, we could have got Klopp. You know what I mean? And I think we missed out on that. And I personally, and this is just my opinion, that we kept Wenger too long, and it sort of diminished his what he done for the club in his first 10, 12 years. There was a time where we could have, let's say, jumped at the fact that we could have went for Pep Guardiola, because it was the time where Pep Guardiola was down in Colney. He was looking at Arsene Wenger, the way he trained as a team. Something should have been said to him then. To say, hold out for another year or two, we'd be really interested in taking it if you're interested. That conversation should have been had. It wasn't. And I suppose at the time, Arsene Wenger sort of dictated stuff. Then there was the time where Klopp was available when he left Dortmund. I didn't understand then. I was getting very frustrated. Why are we not going for Klopp? Because I think we'd be challenging now for a title. I really rate Klopp as a manager. I just think he is outstanding man management, not only tactical man management. Jamie, if we got Klopp, where would Liverpool be today?
Fucked.
Breaking news. We have some breaking news.
Is it your stop?
Bielsa is no longer Leeds United manager.
Oh, that's a shock.
And he's Pep Guardiola uses him as a mentor and stuff like that. That's big news, all right.
Wow.
Is it too soon, you think, or Jamie? I'll go there with you. What do you think? Did he deserve that?
Well, Bielsa, yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ, they conceded 14 goals in 3 games.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they conceded 7 against. They conceded 7 against us, 6 against Liverpool, and 4 just today against Spurs.
I mean, he don't learn from his lessons. This is what I don't get. I never understood the Bielsa media hype. I've never understood it. He never learns from his lessons, ever.
Yes.
You play everyone twice in the season. He gets smashed about the first time round, plays them all again, and gets smashed about exactly the same way. He never learns his lessons. I don't get the media hype over him. Yes, Leeds play attractive football, but when you haven't got the players to play that way, you need to change it up a little bit. And now I think they're going. Is it the Leipzig manager? The Leipzig manager they're looking at now?
Jesse
Marsch.
He plays exactly the same way, the same sort of style of football as Bielsa does. And I don't think that's what Leeds need at this moment in time. Leeds are in danger of going down.
I was going to say, I think
they're in danger. Yeah, because they're not going to stop conceding goals.
Watford and Norwich.
Yeah, they're the 3. I think Burnley, oh God, I can't stand them words. Burnley are going to somehow survive yet again. They're going to somehow survive yet again, and it's going to be either Brentford or Leeds for me that go down.
Really? You think Brentford?
Burnley are just like that stain that just won't go away. Burnley are like that stain that just won't go away.
Yeah, Burnley are just but Brentford are dropping like a stone. Brentford can't buy a win.
Yeah,
they're dropping like a stone. Yeah, be careful.
I'll go to you on that. The relegation battle. Who do you think? Who for you is going down, and the three that are going down?
Watford for sure. I mean, they've come up and they've had a shocker. They've come back. It's not working. They've gone through managers like nobody's business, and it's still not working, unfortunately. So I think it'll definitely be them. I haven't actually looked at the Premier League table for a few days, so I don't really know what's happening down there. But Norwich is another one.
Yep.
I don't see them going anywhere. And then Leeds, those are the three, not consistent enough, poor performances, and it's looking unfortunate for them. And Burnley do end up surviving, but you never know what could happen in relegation. It all changes just like that. There's plenty of games to play, so who knows what could happen.
I just think compared to previous,
so you think Brentford are surviving?
Yes.
I just think this league season is actually very entertaining. You have a top battle, you have a top four battle, and the battle for relegation is pretty tight as well. The lower teams, let's say of the past, let's say they were probably get a draw and then they'd lose about 5-6 games and then get another draw, sort of stuff like that. Whereas this season, they're getting wins. They'll win a game, they'll probably draw a game, lose a few games, but they'll come back and win the game, so it's very unpredictable. And it just comes to I'm very interested to hear what you have to say here, Graham. Newcastle, they got the win today, 2-0 against Brentford. Very good result for them. I never doubted in my mind that, especially after the transfer window, that they would be relegated or anything like that. I think they're going to stay up. First of all, do you think they're going to stay up? And do you think in the next 3, 4, 5 years, maybe, they'll challenge for the league? Graham.
Oh, is that to me? What, Newcastle?
Yeah.
Obviously, they'll stay up. I think. I think it's. I mean, if you look at Everton have had a lot of money put at them. They haven't really improved. I think. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I love Geordie fans. I don't see him getting up there to challenge at the top. I see him improving and getting away from where they're at, but I just don't see him going challenging the likes of your Man Cities and your Chelseas and your Liverpools. That's just my view. I think they will improve. They will get some good players in the summer because they'll go again in the summer. But it takes a while to build. If you think, even when you think back to when Abramovich came in, Chelsea that first year that they bought older players like Varane. It took them 2 or 3 years before they got challenged for the title, didn't it? But I think it was his third season, wasn't it? When Mourinho came. In terms of Man City, obviously when they first got taken over, it took them a couple of years, didn't it, to get up to speed. So it's not going to happen overnight. I don't think they're going to be up there challenging because I just don't think Newcastle is such an attractive place to go, albeit because I think footballers get paid now pretty well anyway, wherever they go. Whether they can attract the really top players, would Mbappe, for example, want to go and play for Newcastle? No. So I don't see him challenging at the top. I do see him improving, getting up there, maybe in a couple of years, challenging in the top half of the table, possibly for a European position if they get the right signings. But I can't see him going to the levels of say Chelsea and Man City. No.
Just a question there for you while I have you, Graham. Craig Malloy. Would you take Calvert-Lewin at Arsenal?
The only thing that worries me about Calvert-Lewin is his injury record. He's sort of like always injured, isn't he? I think he suits the way Arteta wants to play because he plays that sort of role that Lacazette plays of sort of like coming short, holding the ball up and bringing others into play. So he would suit the system Arsenal want to play. And also it offers a different dimension in the box because we swing a lot of crosses into the box without having a forward up there who can take advantage of that. So in answer to his question, probably I wouldn't say no, but I'm just worried about his injury record. You know, he's been injured most of this season. But yeah, I think Arsenal will be looking to, from what I'm hearing, they're going after Isaac in the summer, aren't they? And they're going to pay. They're going to look to activate his release clause in the summer. That's the stories I'm hearing from the people I know close to the club, saying that Isaac's going to be their number one choice. But I would, I don't think Isaac's the type of player who suits the way we play. To be fair, he's almost like a wide attacker. But in answer to the question, Calvert-Lewin, if he was fit and he hadn't had such a bad injury record, would suit Arsenal. But they would pay probably a lot of money for Calvert-Lewin. I don't know if Everton would be prepared to release him. I don't know where he is in his contract either. So, but he'd certainly suit the way Arsenal play, and he'd offer us more threat in the box than Lacazette in terms of his height, and he could play a very similar role to Lacazette in coming short, building up with the way forward. Yeah.
Well, do you know who I'd like to take instead of Calvert-Lewin? And I was only thinking the other day. I'll wait for that. What the fuck are you talking about, Del? But what you call the other Everton guy, the Brazilian fella? It's after slipping my mind there. The name.
Richarlison.
That's it. I'd take him over Calvert-Lewin because, as you says, Calvert-Lewin is injury prone. Whereas I just think we have the likes of Smith Rowe, Saka, Odegaard, whatever, feeding this guy. It seems like he just plays with a chip on his shoulder and he always wants to score and prove people wrong. Chike, what do you think? Would you take him?
Would I take Richarlison?
Yeah, like at Arsenal, if you were an Arsenal supporter.
To be honest, I would, because I think that guy's quality. I really do. I mean, I might be a little biased because I don't really watch Everton play all that much, but I think he's quality, and I do. And I know he might have moments where he is a bit of a hothead, but all South American players are like that. Angel Di Maria, Lionel Messi, you can name it. But I would. But the only thing that worries me is that, like I said, he's kind of a hothead because that's what all South Americans are, to be honest. But I would take him because he's quality.
Yeah, 100%.
And also, about the relegation battle, I think it's going to be Norwich, Watford, and probably Leeds because they just ship in goals left, right, and center.
Jamie, I'm just going to go to you because Nippon seems to be, doing something there. But I was looking at before I started the stream this evening, I was watching the Man City game and I seen that they are 1 point off relegation. And you're a Liverpool supporter, they're the neighbours. Can everything go down or can Lampard put them up?
They can go down, yeah. I mean, they're right down there. But, I just think they will get more points from now to the end of the season over Leeds and Brentford.
Yeah.
I think Leeds and Brentford will ship more. I don't even see Brentford. I don't know where Brentford's next win comes from. They are, they're losing to everyone now. They're getting beat by everyone. I think Brentford will go down. I think Brentford will go with Norwich and Watford.
Wow.
I mean, Watford have got no consistency. I mean, they've had more men through their door than Kim Kardashian, ain't they? It's absolutely ridiculous. They got to just stick with a manager and just let him do his thing. I mean, you sack a 70-year-old to employ a 74-year-old. It's ridiculous. You're going to go down. And but Brentford, I just don't see where they're going to get a win from. I can see Leeds getting a win here and now because just the style of their football, they might carry that same style now till the end of the season. But with Brentford, I just don't see them getting a win anytime soon. I think every team in the league's figured out how they play and they've run out of options.
I was just going to say, what are Brentford's next 6 games? Because maybe I could get a better picture of that.
I'm not sure, actually. I'll have a look.
Yeah, I'll try and get that up there as I'm sort of looking here.
I think I've got them here. So I believe their next ones are Leicester, Chelsea, West Ham, Watford, Tottenham.
They ain't winning one of them.
Wow. I mean, Chelsea and Spurs, that's an automatic loss. Leicester's kind of, they've been up and down. Yeah, I mean, other than that, yeah, I can only see them really getting, Jesus Christ, maybe 3 points out of those, that's like being very generous.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, but yeah, Jamie, I think you're right.
Do you remember Hull a few years ago when Hull were before Christmas they were like top 6?
What?
Hulls. And then after Christmas they didn't win a single game after Christmas and they got relegated
that season.
And then they got relegated.
I think it was either 14-15 or 15-16.
Yeah.
Or maybe
that's around then, and they didn't win a game after Christmas. They lost every single game, and they got relegated. And I think Brentford looked the same. Brentford looked the same to me. I just see Leeds winning the odd game here and there.
Yeah, that's a fair point actually.
Well, that's breaking news, is it?
am I the only one who thinks Arteta at Arsenal's all right?
No, go ahead, James.
I must be the only one. I've got to do this quickly.
No, you're not.
I'll do this because
I'll do this quickly.
Arsenal's going to be a threat to you.
I'll do this quickly because I've got to leave and do my watch along for the boxing. But I think Arteta is doing an all right job at Arsenal at this moment in time. I really do. I look at Arsenal's squad. I look at the players Arsenal have got, and I look at the squad Man United have got, and where they are. In my opinion, Man United are having a worse season than Arsenal. You look at the squad differences. Look at the quality in each squad. If Arsenal had Man United's squad, I think they'd have 4th place almost sewn up. I really do. Man United are underachieving more than Arsenal are right at this moment in time. Look at the squads. Look at what they've got to offer. Look what they've got coming off the benches. Look at the first 11s, the people in their teams. Man United, they might be in that 4th spot at the moment, but I think Arteta's doing a decent job, and I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get a young squad. He's trying to build a young squad and take that up with him in the future and have little experienced players in and around that. He's got players there developing. Arsenal's only problem is, can they keep hold of their young superstars? This is Arsenal's problem. Can they keep hold of Saka? Liverpool and Man City are sniffing around Saka. He's not signed his new contract yet. Martinelli, we all know Jurgen Klopp loves Martinelli. He don't stop going on about him. Martinelli's fantastic. He's my favourite Arsenal player. I think he's a proper baller, Martinelli. And they got good. If they can keep hold of them and sign them to new deals, I'd give Arteta a little bit longer because I don't see who else is out there at this moment in time to come to Arsenal and change anything else around that Arteta's not. I wouldn't touch Conte, I wouldn't ever touch him. No club should touch that man. That he's a terrorist. No one should touch the man. He's never happy. He was at Chelsea. Chelsea have got more money than anyone. He's never got enough money to spend. He's always moaning. There's always something to moan about. I wouldn't go near someone like that. Arsenal got a plan. The owners look like they got a... Well, I don't know what the owners at Arsenal got. I mean, I think Arsenal's biggest problem. Arsenal's biggest problem is their ownership.
Absolutely.
Everyone always used to, like a lot of Liverpool fans moan about Liverpool's ownership in FSG. I don't. I actually think FSG are decent owners. What they do for Liverpool. I mean, look at Liverpool's recruitment. They usually get it always spot on. I think Arsenal need to sort of copy the way Liverpool have done it. Almost copy what they put in place, but what FSG have put in place there. And I think that's where Arsenal's main problems are. Not really with management. It's the higher ups, the owners, who's the technical directors, the scouting. That's, I think, if Arsenal can sort that out and get that correct, I think Arsenal will start moving better. If that's not correct and you just get rid of Arteta and get someone else in, you're still going to have these same problems over and over and over again. That's my opinion from an outsider looking in.
I do agree with you, Jamie, and I kind of also disagree with you as well, because if Arsenal actually had some ambition, they would go out and get Diego Simeone. And also, hear me out. Sometimes you have to be a bit of a gambler and put money on and put money where your mouth is. You know what I mean? So if Arsenal really had ambition, they would have gone out and gotten Diego. There's so many managers out there. Diego Simeone, Eric Ten Hag, effing Antonio Conte. And also, if Arsenal are really in this rebuilding for young players, then get someone that is a pro at it. And you know who that is? Eric Ten Hag. If Arsenal are really going down this youth project of Bukayo Saka, Emile Smith-Rowe, Martinelli, and God knows who else, get someone who's a pro at it, and that's Eric Ten Hag.
Okay, can I answer this question a minute, Bill?
Yeah,
Craig Moley at the bottom. Can I just answer that question? Jane Phillips, would you take Arteta? No, of course I wouldn't, because we're in a different space to you are at the moment. Before Jurgen Klopp came to Liverpool, we are where you are now. Yeah, and we got that special because we was the only guys who went like, we're going to sack Brendan Rodgers. Our Klopp sitting there doing absolutely nothing. We know Chelsea are interested and Arsenal are interested. Go and get Jurgen. He's just sitting in New York doing sod all. Go and get him, and that's what we did. We just beat everyone to it. And now we got, for me, the greatest. Him and Pep Guardiola, the two best football managers in the world by a mile. Hypocrite. But no, Arsenal and Arteta at this moment in time, I think I just don't. And I know you're saying Simeone and Ten Hag maybe, but it's always, everything's a gamble, ain't it? Everything's a gamble in life. Do you take that gamble? Do you stay with Arteta? That's a gamble. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not an Arsenal fan, so it's easy for me to say all this. It's not my, But for the likes of Graham and Del Boy, and I think Gracie's an Arsenal fan. For them guys, it's a lot more for them. For me, it's just me spouting my crap, and might be right, might be wrong.
No, I hear you, Jamie. But sometimes, what have you got to worry about? Remember, about 7-8 years ago, Diego Simeone was literally seconds away. He was seconds away from winning a Champions League with a team that was against a team that was dominating La Liga and the Champions League for literally a better part of almost half a century.
Oh, he's been a good manager.
Really, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand where I don't get where all the risk comes from. If this guy is this close, is literally seconds away from winning a Champions League, then what's the risk? What are you worried about? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like,
I'm not worried about shit. I'll be truthful now. I hope Arsenal fail for years to come. I'm not. We're all like that. This is all banter, ain't it? If Liverpool, Arsenal, Tottenham, Man United, we all banter each other's clubs. We all want them all to fail and us to succeed. So, I hope City eventually fail and Pep slips on his oil slick as he goes out.
So do I hope
all that sort of stuff.
Jurgen Klopp breaks his bone and never gets up.
Exactly. That's what football should have been about. Friendly banter and mature banter. And with that, guys, I've got to go because I've got a watch along to do.
Jamie, just before you go, mate, I want to dig out your channel. I'm always watching your streams, all the videos you do. Seriously, guys, if you like football, I'm not even talking about Arsenal or Liverpool or anything like that. If you like football, check Jamie's stuff out, please. Please do subscribe. Jamie, do you want to just give a shout out to your channel and stuff like that, and where you can find your Instagram or Twitter or whatever?
So it's Jamie Phillips Football Chats. It's mostly a Liverpool channel, but I've started to do watch-alongs of all other clubs now. I even did Arsenal Wolves on Thursday, which was a slog. Which was a bit of a slog. I just did the Everton Man City game. I'm about to go and do the boxing, so tune over for that if you like your boxing. I'm going to be doing loads of stuff going forward. I'm obviously doing the cup final tomorrow, previews, reviews. You find it all there, guys, if you like it. And Jamie, LFC39 on Twitter. Catch me on there, guys. It's been great. Thanks for letting me on, Del. And I'll see you soon, my man.
And Jamie, just whatever you do, just try and just in the comments before you leave, just throw your stuff in the comments there so people can see it. And I really do appreciate it. I'll tune into your channel for Cup Final tomorrow. Thanks a million for coming on, mate.
Nice meeting you all. Thank you very much.
Take care, mate.
Take care, Jamie.
He's good, guys. Just check his stuff out. Just good stuff. It's funny as well. Gracie, I'm just going to go to you with what he had to say there. He can't believe why there's Arteta out, people. You're an Arteta out. Why are you Arteta out, please?
That is a good question. I just, where we're at right now, yes, the squad may be gelling, this, that, and the other, but are we in the FA Cup? Are we contending for any cup? You know, top 4 is all well and good, and don't get me wrong. If we did, I would be very happy. I would be. Fair enough. I will hold my hands up and go, well done, Arteta. Like, you know, you did it. But I just don't see where we're moving forward. We're winning games, but the football I'm seeing is sloppy and it's boring. And football's entertainment at the end of the day. And I'm not comfortable. I shouldn't be sitting there looking like facing Brentford and being worried about losing. Because I don't know
Are you
what the
actually
manager's
worried?
going to do.
Were you worried about bottling that game?
Yeah. You don't know what could happen with this manager is all I'm saying. Like, I have nothing against the guy. I will, every single game, I will back out. I will back our team no matter what. Any game, I will go to the games, etc. And I will back whatever that guy does on the day. But I don't agree with what he's trying to do. By all means, build for the future. But what are you going to do right now? What is happening right now? Because right now is going to impact the future, surely. And it's going to annoy the fans, which is going to impact the future. You know, Sarah Wingrove's my mum, by the way. If only if you don't know. So I don't like what he's doing.
Big up Gracie May's mom.
I don't like what he's doing. That's my opinion. I want him gone, and I think we could do something more without him, and with a new management system.
Graham, I'm going to hit you with this. It's something I had down, and I wanted to ask you the question. Guendouzi, can he fit in the role that with beside Partey instead of Xhaka?
I think Guendouzi could come back into the team. Whether Arteta's willing to bring him back is another issue, isn't it? Because he seems to have burnt his bridges with him, but he's been really, like Saliba, he's had a really good season in France. So I think he could play. I think he could play that deep line. I don't think he can play it as well as Partey, but he can certainly play. I think, you know, we got Lokonga. Lokonga's had a reasonable start of his Arsenal career. But do I think he's better than Guendouzi? Probably not. I think Guendouzi could come back and be part of the squad, certainly play in midfield as a deep line midfielder or even high up the pitch. Because I quite like Guendouzi. I think he just had an attitude problem at Arsenal. And I thought that, you know, he was improving as a player. And I think he could come back and do a role for us, yeah. But I don't know whether Arteta's going to bring him back. That's the answer to that question. But yeah, I think look. I don't think he's could play that role as well as Thomas Partey. I mean, Partey's on a different level than anyone in our midfield. So, but I think he could certainly come back and offer us something at the club. Yeah, for sure.
GK, just another your outside opinion. And I'm obsessed with the centre midfield position. It's just because I think Partey is starting to get in the groove of the club. He's getting, like, you know, on a personal level as well. He's probably settling into life in London. Who would you think would let's say compliment him? I just want to say a player to you, Calvin Phillips off Leeds, England international. Could you see that partnership working?
Del boy. I'm switching devices. I'm switching to my laptop. Yeah. So I'm just going to get on, and when I get backstage onto my laptop, I'm gonna X out from here.
No problem at all. Sorry, Chica, you go ahead.
Okay. I mean, Calvin Phillips is a good footballer. But to be honest, I mean, I like Calvin Phillips. I'd take Calvin Phillips personally. I mean, I like Calvin Phillips, but I wouldn't really take Calvin Phillips, if you know what I mean. If you want the best person to compliment him, Basuma's your man. Basuma's the man. Like, literally, that dude is the best footballer. Well, not the best. He's a really good footballer besides Lionel Messi and Cristiano. Well, shouldn't say Ronaldo because people have disagreements there. He's probably one of the best footballers that I've ever seen. So if you want compliment, Basuma's your guy, really. Because he can do everything that Thomas Partey can do, and actually he can do it better. Do you know what I mean? If you want compliment, Basuma's your man.
Gracie, can we get Basuma? Now that the bigger clubs are looking for him, Liverpool, United are sniffing around him, and I think that Arsenal missed the trick again. And the reason why I say again is because I have no confidence in the back room, sort of Edu and Vinay and Garlic Head. I have no confidence in them really to get the deals done. Do you think now in the summer we could get him?
I wouldn't rule us out completely. I know sounds crazy, but I wouldn't rule us out totally, because other players have come to us while we've been in this position, right? We can't forget this. Like, known players have come to us saying, well, they spoke to Arteta, blah, blah, blah. Now, it's whether that we have enough to attract. You know what I mean? A player like that, if big teams are sniffing around, like Liverpool, and he wants a shot in the Champions League, then obviously we can't offer that. And it is a factor that you do have to consider. But at the end of the day, players' money talks as well. It depends. How much are we willing to go for this guy? How much are we willing to pay a week? And so no, I wouldn't rule us out completely. It's not all about our position, but it is a fair element. But you never know. It's a possibility, I'd say. I wouldn't guarantee it.
Graham, as I said there, what would you, who do you actually, you haven't actually said who you think would complement Partey in that middle, let's say, for us to push on and challenge, or, Calvin Phillips, who do you reckon?
Well, I agree with Basuma. Basuma's the one that I wanted at the start of the season, to be honest. So I think, Basuma is the one that I would like if you want someone who can play that role. But you've got to remember, he's not looking at someone who can play that role. He's looking, I think, at someone who can play like a left-sided number 8. So I don't think he's looking at that style of player. We're being linked with all sorts of players, and you can be linked with players. I don't know what to believe. We've been linked with, for example, we were linked with Ruben Neves, weren't we, in the transfer window? I'm just trying to. I've got a list. I was looking at who Arsenal been linked with. You just bear with me in that midfield area. They've been linked with Yuri Tillemans of Leicester, weren't they? Tillemans of Leicester. Ruben Neves. Ramirez, we were linked. We ended up going to Newcastle. Arta, we were linked with him for a while, and we were interested in taking him, but Juventus wanted us to have him for 18 months. So, in terms of who I would like in that midfield, it depends if you want to play in a 2 in the midfield, if you want to play a 4-3-3. If he wants to go to a 2 in midfield, he could bring in Basuma and push Partey slightly further forward. Play Partey and Basuma as a 2. I'd like that. But if he wants a Partey at the base and he wants a left-sided number 8, I think that Ruiz is the one they're looking at. Ruiz, who plays in Italy. I think we're being linked with him, but I've no idea how reliable those links are. So, but I do agree. I think at the start of the season, I wanted Basuma. Basuma was the one, and there's a good point in the chat that at the start of the season, I would have rather have had Basuma than Benjamin White, to be honest. I'm just being honest here, what I thought at the start of the season. But, I think they overpaid for Benjamin White. I do think Benjamin White's had a reasonably good season. But I would have, if you want me to name who I'd like to have taken Del Boy, Basuma would have been my choice.
And just a quick one there. I'll ask, actually, it says for Graham, but Nippon, you haven't said anything in a while, which is unusual. What question? Was that 150 million spent on the wrong players last summer for Arsenal?
Is that for me?
Nippon, I'm just going to go with Nippon because he hasn't been in.
What was the question? Did Arsenal spend on the wrong players? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like Lee Gunner said, the only 50 million that should have been going to Brighton was for Yves Bissouma. That's the only 50 million Arsenal should have been giving to Brighton. Not for that. Not for that Love Island. not that love, not for that Love Island Mustafi.
Oh, that's funny.
And I'd argue saying that Mustafi is actually better.
Wow, that's a big statement.
It's a huge statement.
Okay,
The only thing I would say is that the defence, whatever you think, was the 150 million spent in the wrong area. He obviously targets the defence, didn't he? And the players he's brought in the defence have all had good seasons. Whether you think whether you like them or not, the defence has been really solid this year. Their partnership of White and Gabriel has been good. Tomiyasu's come in. His record is up there with the numbers in the league defensively for any defender in the league. And Tierney's been a good left back for us, who we had before. And Ramsdale's come in and been really good in goal. He's had more clean sheets in the league this year than Mendy, I think. So he has come in and done really well. So was it the wrong 150 million? They chose to spend it in that area, and they got Odegaard cheaply. I mean, Odegaard for 30 mil was a really good signing. But I do think that, well, you laugh, but he's had a, you know, his numbers are really good. I go by numbers, you know. So and in the last few weeks he's been immense. So
look, and credit to you. Credit to you. Look.
So I think the 150 mil is not the way I would have gone. I admit that, and I would, you know, I'll be honest with you. I would like Basuma at the start of the season. If we could have got Basuma, I would have loved that. But the where it's been, you know, 150 mil is what the direction they chose to spend, tighten the defence. And defensively, we have been more solid this year. We have been incredibly solid. So, but I do agree. There's other areas of the team that maybe we could have spent the money. We couldn't spend the money in every single area because there's so many areas we needed to spend the money. We had to get players out of the club, which they've done. And I think this is part of the rebuild. Get the defence done first, and the next bit is to strengthen the attack.
And also, just to add in, the part of the rebuild should be to get rid of the manager. The manager should be the first thing that they should rebuild, and then if they really didn't want to get a yes man in, and they wanted to challenge for the league, then they would be, you know, I mean, I've said this, you know, Lee Gunner and all those guys, they've said it before. Any manager would take Arsenal to the next level, whether it's a Guardiola, a Klopp, a Tuchel, anybody. I mean, it's just why just. Honestly, the manager needs the number one priority. I've said this a bunch of times. Needs to be the manager, and then once they get a proper manager in, and they bring back Saliba, and they put Gabriel and Saliba, and they fix the midfield, which apparently Granit Xhaka is the holy grail that they don't want to get rid of. And you know, just once they do all of that, then they can start competing for titles. But to be honest, they should be competing right now. They really should. Why do they have to wait another 3 or 4 seasons to potentially hope that these guys are going to be good? Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, why do they have to wait? They've waited almost 20 years. Why do they have to wait 4 more years is my main question. Or is really what I don't get is why you have to wait 4 more years. Yeah, and exactly. Darren even says Odegaard is consistent. Wouldn't even deem him immense or a really good signing. Absolutely, because he'll have Odegaard is one of those players where he'll play. I want someone that's gonna have 4 good games and 1 bad game, not someone that's gonna have 1 amazing game and 4 shit games. And that's exactly what Odegaard's been. Like if Odegaard was, you know, like. Seriously, like I just don't get where all the hype of Odegaard comes from. If anything, he's been Gibraltar. He's been awful, man. And yeah, he'll have good spells, but the next spell is that he'll be horrendous. I want someone that's going to be consistent.
Gracie, what do you think of that comment there? I'm gonna bring you in here. Odegaard, is he inconsistent, or has he been a good signing for you?
He is very inconsistent. I mean, yes, his December was fantastic. Don't get it wrong. The numbers in December, I'm going to go on the numbers with this. Fantastic in December. I thought he played brilliantly. I mean, I've seen him draw back a little bit since then, which is a shame because then that inconsistency shines through. And you know, where I think the thing is, if you look in a team without Odegaard, in the situation we're in right now, where do you think we would be? Because if we didn't have him, then it'd be Smith Rowe playing constantly. And then everyone's going to argue, well, you shouldn't be playing Smith Rowe so constantly like with Saka. So at the end of the day, you can't really win ever. But Odegaard, I think he could be a value. I think he could if he got that little bit more of a consistency. But, only time will tell. And I agree with Graham on our defensive standpoint. Like what I said earlier is the money in the areas we spent, like the defence on Ben White. Yes, we paid too much, but I do like that partnership with Ramsdale and that defence because it looks so much better, and no one can argue that it does look better. It may not be, it is wishy-washy at times, but it is an improvement. It really is, and that's why I wouldn't change it currently. Yes, I would have had Bissouma if I had the option, but at the moment we're stuck with what we're stuck with. It's all good talking about if we got this player, could it be like this? We didn't get them, so now we have to look. Well, this is what we've got. Can we build up on that? If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I do 100%. Graham, if Odegaard gets injured, what's our front three? We obviously will have Laka up front, but I'm talking about what do we play there? In your opinion?
Well, he's not playing in the front three. He's playing in the middle three, isn't he? He's playing on the right side of a midfield three. So they'll just tweak it around, and Smith Rowe will come into the team. Smith Rowe can play the role that Odegaard plays. They'd have to probably tweak it around slightly, but Smith Rowe and Odegaard both capable of playing at 10. Both can play at number 8. I think the thing with Martin Odegaard is not just his pass accuracy this season has been really good. Whatever you think, I think he passes something like 80%. He's only got his goals and assists. I agree, could be better. He's got 5 goals and 3 assists. As Gracie said, a really phenomenal December. He has tailed off lately, but he's still putting in good performances. And I think what you have to remember also, it's not just what he offers on the ball, it's what he offers off the ball in his work rate. And the fact that when we go into a defensive shape of a 4-4-2, he's the one who's pressing, he's running, he covered more ground, Del Boy, in that game against Wolves than any player on the pitch. So it's his work rate off the ball, and the fact he falls it, and he's a leader on the pitch. I mean, Arteta sees him as a potential future leader. So so we would miss him if he got injured. I agree that I want to see a few more assists, a few more goals, because there's not a lot of goals in our team. That's where I agree with what was said earlier about Pepe. Pepe does bring goals to the team. But I want to see a few more goals from Odegaard. But for all that, I think the last month, even though his numbers have dropped, he's still been good in the games. In fact, his work rate off the ball and what he offers to the team, key passes and things like that, if you check his numbers, they're still reasonably good for the season. But if he got injured, I think that would be Smith Rowe would be the like-for-like replacement as a number 8. But Smith Rowe prefers to play on the left, so they'd have to tweak it slightly, put someone on the right. But I suppose Smith Rowe could come over to the right, but he's not so good on the right as he's on the left. But Odegaard, for me, if he could just add a few more goals to his game, I think he would be a really top player. But I still think he's having a good season. But in answer to your question, Smith Rowe for me comes in for Odegaard.
Okay. Cheeky, I'm just going to give you this. I've seen your eyebrows raised there, mate. We spent 27 million on Saliba, who hasn't played a game for Arsenal for 3 years. What do you make of that?
That's just absolutely disgrace. That's an absolute disgrace. How do you spend almost £30 million for a guy that's literally balling out in France, is in the best defense in the league in that country, yet you couldn't give 2 flying fucks about him? That is an absolute disgrace. And for that, I blame Arsenal. I blame Mikel Arteta. I blame everybody on that on that team for that. That is just an absolute disgrace. And I'm gonna add this: I don't give 2 Fs if Ben White is having a good season or whatever. If Saliba was in that team, your defense would be untouchable. That is a fact, not an opinion. If you see what that kid is doing in France right now, oh my God. You imagine him and Gabriel and an actual improved defense. Your team would be untouchable. Yet your manager doesn't give two flying fucks, which is fine, but you know, honestly, honestly, my point is that it's just disgraceful. That's all I have to say. So if you're really happy with Ben White, then congrats. Then I applaud you. Then that means you clearly don't give two flying fucks about Saliba. That's all I have to say.
Nippon, I'm gonna go to you, mate. Here's my question for you. What does Pepe have to do to get on the Arsenal squad? What are the Arsenal first 11?
Wait, what does Pepe have to do to get onto Arteta's side, basically? Look, I don't think he. Do you want my honest opinion? I don't think he can do much. Arteta just doesn't rate him, which is sad.
Do you think he deserves the start?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why? Like, what makes you think that? Like,
Every time he's come off the bench, he's shown quality, just like Martinelli. Look at how good he is for you guys. Apart from I don't know if it was yesterday or 2 days ago when you guys played Wolves.
It was on Thursday.
Apart from your last game in which Gabriel was not that great. Sorry, Gabriel Martinelli, not Gabriel Magalhaes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like him and Pepe. Look, if I was an Arsenal fan, I'd want him and Pepe to start week in, week out.
Gracie.
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead, Nippon.
Because in my opinion, your strongest attack would be Pepe, Martinelli, and Smith Rowe.
And would you have Lacazette up front, or what way would you play it?
Nah. I'd play Martinelli as the striker.
Who would you have in the three?
Sorry?
Who would you have in the three? Would you have Martinelli up front? Is that what you're saying?
Martinelli up front, Smith Rowe on the left, and
Saka.
And Pepe on the right.
Would you play Odegaard?
Yeah, Odegaard at the 10, at number 10. Yeah, Odegaard at number 10. Or if you want to play both Saka and Smith Rowe, you could bench Odegaard, move Smith Rowe to the 10, and then play Saka on the wing.
Gracie, do you agree?
I think Pepe deserves a proper chance to prove himself. And, he's come on. He's shown what he can do. He's shown quality. Now, if he got more games, then we could see who he is as a player. We haven't had the opportunity to see that. We've only seen him 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 20 minutes. He scores a goal. I remember when he first joined, he scored some beautiful free kicks. And it's like, I want to see that again. We don't have that threat. But it's sitting there. It's ready. But all I want to see is give Pepe a good opportunity, give him a run of games and see what happens then. Is all I'm saying. See what happens then. Because a player, it's all good and well coming on off the bench 20 minutes showing this. Right, I need to see plenty of game time from him to be able to say all the time you're in.
When Balogun comes back from loan, crazy. Does he deserve a chance, or what's your thoughts on him? What's his position in the team or the squad next year?
I don't see, if I'm being honest, I don't see where he fits. I really don't. I reckon we should he needs to grow as a player, and he wouldn't offer what we need right now. that's my personal opinion. I don't think he would be right for us in this moment in time, and I think he needs to go elsewhere and gain that experience. And you never know what could happen after that.
Would you put him out on loan? Would you?
Yeah, keep him on loan, and then see how he's doing on loan. I mean, I haven't seen him specifically on how he's doing, but I don't see where he would fit at this moment in time.
Graham, how many strikers do we need in the summer if Laka goes? And what would you do with Balogun?
Well, just to say, Del, we'll have to go in about 5 minutes, okay? So, going to the end.
Yeah, just slip on. No problem.
Yeah, and I'll just say thanks for the interesting debate tonight with the lads. Gracie, been really enjoyable. Thanks for having me on, mate. And although we don't always agree, I like to think that there's a bit of respect on the panel for everybody. And great channel, Del Boy, and keep it going, mate. So, but in answer to your question, I think Balogun will come back next year, but I don't think he's quite ready. So I think he's got to get at least 2 strikers in the summer. At least two. I mean, in an ideal world, well, I think I'm leaning towards what the Liverpool fan said now when he said about might be worth keeping Laka here now for giving him an extension of 1 year. He could be like the sort of like experienced old hand, who could sort of like help the younger players for another year and also help the strikers sort of like grow at the club before he moves on. So I think if we keep Laka for another year, Balogun comes back, then he could probably go out and just get 2 strikers. I think he needs 2 strikers. I don't know who those 2 strikers are going to be. Whether they want to come to an Arsenal next year remains to be seen. If we're not in the Champions League, it's going to be difficult. But yeah, I think we need 2 strikers, mate. But yeah, on that note, been really enjoyable. Thanks for having me on, mate. Nice to meet everybody. And good luck to Graham. Good luck. Yeah, good luck to Chelsea tomorrow in the final. And good luck. And nice to meet you. Is it Chico?
Chike.
Chike. Sort of like we might not have agreed, mate, but I've really enjoyed listening to you talk tonight. You've got a lot of passion.
Same to you, my friend.
You all got a lot of passion for football, and I wish you all the best. And to you, Del Boy, all the best with the channel. And Gracie, take care. All the best.
And you. Bye.
Thanks, Graham. Graham, we'll look on DM you, and what we'll do is myself and yourself will do a chat, and we go through a few things, and get our thoughts across 100%. I have Julian coming on Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock, so please tune in if you get a chance. I give you a shout out to the boys, Mayor TV, and Gracie as well. She's our own channel as well. Really appreciate the subs and help all we can. We at the end of the day, us 3 on the top here, this side, we're all Arsenal fans. We all want one thing for the club, and it's the challenge for the league and title and go for everything. Graham, thanks a million for coming along, pal.
No problem, Del Boy. All the best. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Bye. Yeah, so look, as I said, it's even in football, not just Arsenal. In every club, you have different opinions, and that's why I like getting guys like Graham and Julian, who's coming on to my show on Tuesday at 7 o'clock. Please hit the notification. I have it already dropped out, so hit the notification bell. I had a good word with him today. We had a good long conversation. I had it done on FaceTime and stuff like that. And I was sort of saying, is there any questions you don't want to ask and stuff like that? Be respectful to the guy, because look, he's confidential, or he's I don't know the word I'm looking for, but he's out there. He has big thoughts on Arteta. He thinks Arsenal's this way and that way, and that's fair enough. I've no arguments with that. We all have different opinions, but he is willing to answer any questions that anyone wants to put in the comments, anything like that. So I appreciate that, and I respect any person that is willing to come on a show, any show, put their face on camera, and answer questions as they're coming in live. That's a hard thing to do, and I respect anyone to do that. And try and keep it respectful, please, because you know what I mean. It can get awkward for me as well. I'm Arteta out. I told him, and I said it. That's the way I am. I said your opinion is your opinion, but that's the way it is. Rosie, what would your first question be to Julian?
One thing before I answer it, Nippon, can you just mute because I can hear the music and it's really I can't hear much. Sorry. Do you know what? I respect the guy. I've watched what he has to say, and as I said earlier, everyone has their own opinions, and that's what they're entitled to. I just want to know. My question would be: where do you see Arsenal going in the next 2 seasons under Mikel Arteta? And I think that's a fair question because it could be answered on any different way, and I will respect any opinion that comes in because at the end of the day, we're all Arsenal fans. We're all part of this family, and as you said earlier, we all want what is best. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I just sorry, I was just Chike just had to bounce there. He just dropped something in the comments there. But yeah, Nippon, what do you have to say to that?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, like, apart from the fact that I'm not an Arsenal fan, I mean, like, big up both of you, Gracie, Del Boy. I mean, real ones out there. Yeah, I mean, like, and I have the most respect for both of you.
Yeah, no, cheers. Like the way that I'm sort of like, look, I'm not trying to. I still have my opinion, and I always stand by my opinion. I don't think Arteta is the right person for the job. That's me personally. But you know, it's good to hear other opinions. It's like in life, if you stick by people that have the same opinions as you, and you just stick by them, and you stick in your little bubble, and everything's perfect and rosy, and we all agree we want him out and him in and her in and whatever, you know. But you have to hear the other point of view, the other opinion. It's important. It's good to talk about stuff like this, you know. And that's why on my channel, I don't mind getting Graham on and Julian as well. And Julian, like, you know, I've seen the stuff. He knows the stuff is out there about him. And he's willing to come on my show. And I told him straight out, I says probably 90% of the people that will be looking at the stream will be Arteta out. And, like, you know, you have to be thick-skinned to, let's say, go into battle, let's say, with that. And he says, I've no problem with that. He goes, at the end of the day, we're Arsenal fans, you know, and that's the way it is. So, yeah, big up to him. You know, I just want to go through one or two of the comments here as well. I've not seen anything from Balogun yet. Either have I haven't even looked at him. He's in Middlesbrough at the minute. I haven't even looked at him to see if he's doing well. Have you seen anything from Tracy?
No, like I said earlier, I haven't seen anything. Usually Arsenal, if something happens, you know, they tweet about it and all this and that. But has he really started for Middlesbrough? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Obviously, they beat Man United, which absolutely insane. I have Northern family, so that was an interesting one. But you know, as I said, I just don't see him going anywhere with us at the moment.
And I'm not sure if Nippon can hear us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Here's a question for you there. Who'd replace Pepe if he leaves Arsenal?
Oh, wait. I don't know if he means Pep or
Guardiola.
Pepe.
Oh, yeah, Pep. Yeah, who would replace Pep in Man City squad?
Because I don't know if he left out an E or he actually meant Pep Guardiola.
Oh, we go Pep Guardiola.
Okay. Well, whoever they replace him with is going to be a downgrade.
Yeah. Luca, if you want to come in, you can. I'll drop the link there because I don't know if you've seen it, Gracie May. I just seen Lucas. He done a vlog about the Wolves game. It was actually very good, real enjoyable. Like, you know, I don't know if you guys seen it or but if you haven't, just check it out. It's good, like, you know. But Luca and anyone else in the chat that wants to come in, especially Sarah, if you want to come in and talk to your daughter, the link is there. You're more than welcome to come on my channel. It may be a different story on Gracie May's channel, but we respect everyone on this channel.
Is Luca your boyfriend?
Yeah, Luke. I love Luca. Luca's a good mate of mine.
No, I was asking Gracie May that question.
Oh, Jesus.
Is Luca your boyfriend?
No, I've met the guy once on stream on a stream. No.
Okay.
I think Sarah's looking to get on this show. You're more than welcome, Sarah. I'll tell you, you're welcome anytime. But even if Gracie May feels a bit uncomfortable, we can do a personal live stream together. No problem at all.
I think it would be funny. Daughter versus mother. I mean, we have the same opinions. You know, we're from the same family, obviously, generations and stuff. But yeah,
is your mum Arteta out as well?
Yeah.
And here, hold on. Nippon, can you say that name there? Sorry.
Goa. Yeah, go on.
You're wrong. You're wrong, because I actually love Bollywood films. That's being straight out with you, yeah? And I've even tried to get in touch with the Indian Gooners and stuff like that, but they're not having me. Who's this Irish guy? His flag is backwards and stuff like that. If you can sort me out there, big up. I actually love Bollywood and all that stuff.
You and my dad would have a good conversation.
I'd love to hear. There's so many things people don't know about me. They don't know what music I'm into, what films I'm into and stuff like that. I might do questions and answers or something like that.
If you want to talk Bollywood movies, you have to speak to my dad.
Lovely. Yeah, we'll have to speak one day, definitely.
Just to answer to his question there, I do. Yeah, it is the weekend, so and all my exams and coursework's all in actually. But yeah, I study triple science. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm just looking. What do you think of the United game today? Because you're out on the United channels as well, and I know the sort of pressure that you will be under. But what do you make of United's chances of the top four?
Look, I still have a funny feeling they will make it. Look, as crazy as this sounds, I know you're not going to like the result, but I think Tottenham are going to win the North London derby, and then Man United are going to win the Manchester derby, and that will decide who finishes top four.
That's fair enough. Darren, what's the story, man? How are you, brother?
Hello there, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, hello, yeah, thanks for putting me on here. Yeah, good show. Enjoyed it all so far. Good content and that. It's good listening to people's opinions, Graham and the other supporters. Really good.
Yes, this is the thing. This is why I'm just like, look, I like, let's say, going into battle and like, talking to these people, and like, we're not all going to agree on stuff. That's never going to happen. So it's good to hear the other opinion and stuff like that. I'll just hit you straight away, and I like to just say it straight out and go. There's no point in beating around the bush. Will Arsenal finish in the top four now, as it speaks?
I think there's a chance we could get in there. But I wouldn't be going out putting my mortgages on Arsenal getting in the top four, unfortunately. Because
never heard of it.
We all know that we've always got this bad performance in us. We had this run of games where, everybody thinks we're great and Odegaard's good and all this, but then all of a sudden we'll go and play someone and we'll get a draw like Burnley at home or Brentford away, and this is it. It's just too inconsistent for me,
What do you think we need?
New manager for a start. I wouldn't be a bad start, but because I just think it's like giving a 13-year-old the keys to a Ferrari. You just would never do it, and that's what Arteta has been from day one. He's here to do his apprenticeship. It's his first managerial job. He can't manage characters, and without repeating what most people have said in a lot of these streams, he just can't. It just seems too immature to me to manage characters. For example, he says that, you've got to be performing and Pepe's got to be training well before he gets selected and all this. But The reality of it is, anyone in football who's followed it for years knows that some players ain't actually very good trainers. They don't train very well at all. They just turn up, and actually during training they're not interested. But on the day, on the Saturday or the Wednesday or the Thursday, they come in and actually they're match fit and they go off and have a great game and they do it over and over again consistently. So. That is it. And what do we need? Well, certainly, we need to get rid of Xhaka. I mean, that is just so glaringly obvious. Telling fans to do one, all his sending offs. It's just to quote an Arteta phrase, it's unacceptable.
Yeah. And I'm just like that. Really, that gets to me what he does, because I love history. I love history of the club that I support, and he's just disrespected not only the previous captains of this club, but the fans as well, the previous fans, the fans in general. And it annoys me that some fans still back this guy. And I look on Twitter and you see fucking Egypt, and I'll say that because it's past 10 o'clock at night. But there's people there with pictures of him up and, oh, what a player and all this. No, he's a disrespectful git, if you ask me. He's so disrespectful to the club. Nip on. Would Chelsea have settled for that?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
What Shaka done with the armband and the whole lot, would Chelsea as a football club could buy a player like the way Arsenal are sticking by him?
Nah, if things go wrong at Chelsea, Tuchel's out the door.
No, I'm saying Shaka. What Shaka done with the armband? Shaka.
Oh, he'd be sold. He'd say, look, the thing is, look, you see how Romelu Lukaku treated our fan base? Our fan base is saying, sell him in the summer, sell him in the summer, sell him in the summer. Lukaku out, get out of our club. Your lot saying, give this guy a new contract.
Oh. Just even hear it from another supporter's opinion, it hurts me.
Say if Jorginho or Kovacic or, God forbid, Kante did that, our supporters would be up in arms saying, get this disgrace of a footballer out of my club.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Everyone else can see it, but it's just apart from a small section of the fans can't, and it's just, it just really, really gets to me. Gracie, will we sell him in the summer, or what do you see? What?
Look, man, we're just gonna have to somehow cut our losses.
I mean,
go on, Gracie, mate, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just gonna. I'm sorry, Nick. I was just saying that to Gracie there.
Oh,
I mean, considering the fact that this guy gets red carded and Waltz is back into the team, without a doubt, every single time, throws the armband out, still plays afterwards. I don't think we will get rid of him at this point. He's stuck. He's literally he's integrated into the pitch. I swear, he just doesn't leave and he just runs on no matter what. I don't think we'll sell him in the summer. If we still have this manager who clearly seems to love him so much that no matter what he does, he won't get punished. But not to name names, but other players will get punished for arguably smaller things, but equally as important. No, we're not going to get rid of him. If we did sell him, I'll be shocked, and it's going to get down to a case of when he wants to leave, he'll just leave.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. It just seems like he dictates the dressing room. He even though he's not captain, but he's a leader. He's not a leader to me. But Darren, I was just asking everyone else, and I just want to see your opinion. Who would you have in the centre midfielder? Like, I just want that guy gone in the morning. I just don't like him at all. He's not an Arsenal player to me. Who would you like to see in the midfield with Partey?
Yeah, I mean, Basuma's a name that's been mentioned, and when you watch him for Brighton, you can tell the guy can move about. He's shifty, he's small, he's a bit like Kante and Claude Makélélé of Chelsea. He's got that sort of potential, really, isn't he? He's small, nippy, and distributes the ball around quite well. So, that'd be a start, But we haven't got a tackler at Arsenal. That's the problem. When I see the games, and I go to some of the games, I'm not season ticket. I'm a silver member. I last went to Brentford. I've been to Newcastle at home, Brighton away this season. But when I watch the games in midfield, we don't have a tackler in midfield. Like Pepe era, awesome. You knew that he'd get out and he would do a crunching tackle in the middle and he'd just boss the midfield. Why isn't Arteta looking for someone like that who can really, get the ball off the opposition? It's just not happening. There's no one being looked at like that. I just don't get it, But then again, I suppose there's not too many players in that sort of mould now. Vieira, King, now they can get you goals, tackle, get up and down, box to box. There's not that many about, really. Because even Basuma, you could ask, how many goals does Basuma get in a season? Not too many.
The thing that I love in the football team, and I think it's so important, like if you want to win the league or whatever, I suppose, look, as you said, Dan, football isn't really that way now, unfortunately, because I remember, and it's a thing that sticks out in my head, when Ireland were trying to qualify for the World Cup in 2002 in Japan, and basically we had to play the Dutch, and it was a Dutch team with Seedorf, Bergkamp, Overmars, Dutch team. We came to Lansdowne Road in Dublin at the time. Roy Keane was playing. The first ball came in and it came to, I think it was Clarence Seedorf, or I may be wrong. And Roy Keane took both his legs. He got the ball, and that saved him. He took the ball, both his legs, and I think he done a whole somersault into the air. And it basically said to the Dutch team, welcome to fucking Dublin. You're not here to play ball today. And it was literally in the first few minutes of the game. And every Dutch player shit themselves.
Yeah.
They knew the Irish are up for it today. We won the game 1-0. Jason McAteer scored an absolute screamer. And we qualified for the World Cup. And it's that type of footballer that I love. It's not the whole 2 foot, like we all know what Roy Keane was like, but it's a player in the middle of the park that other teams fear coming to the Emirates and going, oh fuck, we're playing against him today. He's playing well. He's going to come in with a hard tackle. He's going to be there. That's what Arsenal are missing. We're like yes men. We're, oh yeah, are you okay? Let's hug each other at half time, swap jerseys and all this.
You like Man City tonight? I watched some of their game, and their player like that is that Rodri. He is a horrible, nasty, dirty little cheat, but it's effective for him. Look at what they get away with. He was at the Emirates on New Year's Day, and I know some people say, oh, don't think all the referees are out to get us. No, I don't think there's a conspiracy against Arsenal with the referees. But certainly, Rodri gets away with murder. I mean, that was handball tonight, and he's got away with it. It's because he's a bully. He gets in the middle of that midfield and just bullies people.
Yeah, well, and even the other day with the United as well, Gracie, I don't know if you've seen it, but I think there was someone was a pen or a free kick or something like that, and the whole United players started surrounding the referee, and nothing happened. Look, back in the day, you wanted to see your team do that, but it's just football nowadays is not like that, and These players do not play for the club because, oh, I love Arsenal and Arsenal are great and I've supported them. They play for money. It's a business nowadays. Whoever has the biggest bank balance gets the best players. What do you think we need to do to change this, Gracie?
I mean, football is what it is now. It is a business, and media is massively influenced. A game is changed, determining when it could be on TV, which is happening more frequent, and it's starting to really irritate me because our games are getting changed just because it can't be on Sky that day. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Like, it's so stupid, and that ruins everything. That ruins it for the club, that ruins it for the fans that are going to that game, that might have made plans months in advance if they, let's say, in a time of not COVID, if they were traveling from around the world. And it is money. And I do have a question for both of you, Darren and Delboy. Would you say that Guendouzi could offer that tackling and aggressiveness in the midfield?
For me, I'd say,
as well. Can I answer as well?
I'd say yes. When I watched him play a few times at the Emirates, I think it was the Tottenham game, the 4-2, or there was another game. I'm not sure if it was a Tottenham game or there was another one. He was putting the tackles in, and he was actually sticking through balls in as well. So I think very possibly. But all right, he has got a bit of an attitude, but perhaps that's why he's good.
Is Xhaka.
Perhaps that's why he's good. But maybe he's got the attitude in the right way. That thing at Brighton, that was a one-off. At Brighton with a goalkeeper and saying I've got more money than you and all the rest of it. I think that was badly managed, and just pack him off and say, right, well, that's your poor example, you're off on loan and we don't want you and all this. I think that was a little bit too much personally, just to farm him out and get rid of him like that. Bit too quick, because let's be honest, strikers have gone. Aubameyang's gone, we're light with strikers. And now we're light with midfielders, especially tacklers, because I don't think we've got any. So my answer to your question is a sort of possibly to yes to that.
My answer to that is, I remember the first day he signed, when he actually signed for Arsenal. And, what I read and what I heard is, when a player signs and they do the medic and all that stuff, and then they go back and celebrate signing for Arsenal or whatever they go and do, the rest of the day. He says, no, I want to go out training now. I want to get out there. I want to meet the guys. I want to start training, So for me, that attitude straight away just told me I'm at Arsenal now. I want to be a winner. I want to move on. I want to improve my career. I'm going to be training with top quality footballers. Let's do it now. Why not? France sees something in him. In the French league, they see something in him. They know more than what the four of us know together, let's say, about football. They rate him in France. France won the Euros, the last time. And he's a part of that system. He's going to come up through it. I see him as a future, maybe in 5-10 years' time, when the likes of Kante and Pogba and stuff like that are coming to their end of their international career. I can possibly see him being there with players, with big ego players. It's all down to the manager to manage them. I keep going back to this. Eric Cantona. I'm not even going to go into how good he was. He had an ego. He had a personality. Fergie knew how to control him. The guy went jumping into the crowds, kicking people. Guendouzi at the end of the day, what did he say? He just money, yes. So fucking what? Let's be honest about it. Did it hurt your feelings? I'm fucking sorry. Get over it. You're a man. Get over it. You know what I mean? This guy, he's only a young player. When I was his age, I was doing way worse And I can guarantee I was doing way worse. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I have a house now of 3 kids. You know what I mean? I've improved my life for the better. When these guys are young players, they have lorry loads of cash. There's everyone telling them, you're great, you're brilliant, you're everything. You know, he made a mistake. Give the guy a chance. Don't kick him out of the club. Because I can guarantee in about 5, 6, 7 years' time, he'll be an international for France. And I can guarantee you France will be challenging for the World Cups, the Europeans, and every other sort of thing. They will be up there challenging. I'm not saying they're going to win it. They'll be challenging. And if he's part of that midfielder, I want him at this club. You know what I mean? Nippon, what do you think, mate? As a outsider looking in.
Absolutely. There is a lot of talent in Matteo Guendouzi. And yeah, I honestly feel he is going to go all the way to the top.
Yeah.
But it's not under this that clown of a manager.
Gracie, yourself, to answer your own question, like, well, how do you feel?
You know, that's why I ask it. I mean, I think he's aggressive, and he may show a bad attitude towards others, but he shows a good attitude to the way he approaches his job, which is to make the right tackles. And you know what? Again, it brings it all back to the part where Xhaka has done way, way worse, but seems to be so close with the manager to the fact that he could do anything he wants. He really, really can do anything he wants. And, you know, at the end of the day, we have these brilliant players out on loan that could, and I will say could because you don't know if they could come back into the team and make a difference, could be really good in our squad, but we're wasting money and we're wasting talent. And it's a big, big, big problem because we need that. I mean, Guendouzi is a bully in the midfield. He will tackle you off that ball, whether you like it or not. He will run and he will put in every ounce of effort. And that's what I've seen from him in the short amount of time that he actually played.
Like,
and I rate it.
Yeah, like as you said there, like
check the private chat, Del Boy.
Yeah, I did. I seen that. Walk away, mate. Yeah, no problem. I'll keep an eye out. Like as you said there, Gracie, mate. Like, sorry, just doing something here. Yeah, he's a bully. Yeah, I do agree with you. Yeah, he is a bully. But the last time we've all a person going, oh yes, sir, no, sir, save the planet, sir. I love you, sir. His name is Hector Bellerin. He go around planting trees. What are you doing in Ukraine? Yeah, you fucking idiot. So, like, you know what I mean? That doesn't work for the club either. You know, Darren, we'll go on to strikers because Xhaka really roils me blood up. If we started off, let's say last year in August or whatever, when the league started with 3 strikers, in May we'll have 0. What's going on and what do we need to do?
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, Calvert-Lewin could be a possibility for us because we get a lot of eyeballs in the air all the time, and obviously Lacazette, not being the tallest in the world, is not going to get on the end of them. So, you know, that could be a good option. Not too sure about Isaac. I've seen him in the World Cup, and he looked okay. He looked like he was causing problems, but did he actually score many goals? I don't know. I've not really followed him enough. But sort of a bit part striker I like that wouldn't be a main man, but I think if you're going to be in the UEFA Cup or the Europa League or the Champions League, right, or more say the Champions League, if you look at Man United when they won it, they had 4 good strikers, and I know it's going back when football was different and you had wingers and stuff, but you know, they had Sheringham, Solskjaer, Cole, and Dwight York. We had Kanu, Henry, Bergkamp, Wiltord. So I think if you're going to go in the Champions League and you're serious about staying in all the competitions, what you've got to do is have 4 strikers, and you've got to tell 2 of them, look, you're probably going to be the main 2, but the other 2 have got to be on the outside, on the bench, coming in, filling in games, FA Cups, League Cup games, that sort of thing, when you get injuries. But a player I sort of like, who's a bit of a wild card, is Mitrovic. You look at some of the goals. Mitrovic, yeah. I mean, some of the goals he scored, albeit at a lower level, are very, very good. I would get him in as like a fourth striker. But certainly you're going to need to spend a lot of money on someone who's going to be the main man. And at the moment, obviously, Calvert-Lewin, we know he's good in the air, so he's got to be in the shortlist for it. But I'm not so sure about Isaac. Other strikers, unless you're going to go and speak to Stan or Josh on the phone and get them to sort of raid Walmart for Harry Kane, then I'm not too sure where the other alternatives are really. But
Walmart. What do you mean by Walmart?
Walmart. Mr. Kroenke's wife owns Walmart in America, which is you look them up. Yeah, if you go and look them up, you'll get it. Yeah.
Look, just to interrupt there, guys, and just Gracie, you're going ahead now. But look, guys, please, I'm going to say this, and I'll say it once or twice, or every stream I go on. Gracie May, you have to check her channel out. If you don't, please do. Content is unbelievable, really good. She's only a young girl, and I tell you, she knows so much about Arsenal. She knows a lot about Arsenal, more than a lot of fans, to be honest with you. Gracie, where can people find you and what's coming up on your channel and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Gracie May on YouTube, and that's pretty much where you can find me for anything. Wednesday, I've got a show with Jez. I mean, Del Boy, you're welcome to come on that as well. It'll be at 6:30. We've had to move it because I've got quite a busy week, but
are you free?
It should be good.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
No worries. Yeah, it should be a good one. A lot is coming up. I'm just getting round to it. I've got a busy couple of weeks ahead, but I'll try my best to get it out. But please come check the show out on Wednesday. It's going to be great, as it always is with Jez.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. And thanks a million for coming on, Grace. Fair play to you. We've been on it a while and really appreciate you coming on, and your views are on point, and even on the chat, everyone appreciates it. Thanks a million for coming on, mate.
Thanks. And
tell your mum she's welcome to come on as well.
Oh, maybe. I'll think about it. Well, I'll take her out.
Thank you. Lucas, what's the story, mate? How are you, mate?
Yeah, well, I'm good, man. I'm very good, and I hope you're keeping well. And
yeah, everything is fine.
Pick up nipping.
Go ahead, Lucas. Sorry, I just muted it just there for a minute.
Yeah, man, I'm good, man. And I went to the Arsenal game the other night. Good win the other night.
I was just saying there, I don't know if you've seen it, for people, check Lucas' channel out. You done a live vlog.
The other night, I fell off my seat the other night. I went mad. Go and check it, man. It was very good. The views were good for me, and it was really good. And no, I enjoyed it, man. It was a good win tonight, on Thursday night. Sorry, and I want to say about the game. I think we probably sort of deserve to win the game. When Pepe, for me, he's got to start. And Nippon said it while in your stream when you had Graham on, and I was listening to parts of it as well. Pepe, for me, I've given Pepe so much stick, right? I was at the game, and I feel like we're 1-0 down against Wolves. You feel like, okay, you've got Arteta needs to bring someone like Pepe, yeah? Right? You bring like Pepe on, and you feel like he's a game changer. And he changed the game. And now he actually could be important now because he's one of those players where he'll score, he'll make an impact. He's a consistent player. Like for me, I wouldn't say he's consistent, but he's a game changer. And he's a confidence player where you give him a run of games like last season. During the pandemic season, last season, Pepe, for me, he was on good form towards the end of the season. So for me, there's no excuses now. You're starting the next game against Watford next Sunday. So the performance-wise, I think we had a bit of a bad start. Wolves could have been at least a couple of goals up. But since Pepe came on, we grew into the game and we got the win. And it was a great win. It was a great atmosphere. I was at the game the other night, and I've logged it. And Man United dropped points against Watford. I was very surprised about that. Again, it feels like no one doesn't want top four.
Exactly. No one wants third loser.
No. And for me, I think that's ridiculous, to be honest, because that goes to show.
I think every single team heard. I think every single team heard what Lee Gunner said. That fourth is third loser, and now everyone is losing.
He talks simple facts, and if he's watching this or not while he's live, then.
But yeah, big up yourself, Lee, man.
He makes simple facts. He makes simple facts, and for me.
Who was your man at match the other night?
Pepe.
Yeah, because I was doing a watch along myself with Northside, and I was just sort of saying at the time, why is Pepe not coming on? You know, he changed the game the second he came on. The one that he's done, I was just showing my kids today again. Because I coach one of my kids, and I was just looking at the touch he done was phenomenal. Like, it was just, and it was quick play. It's such a hard thing to do. You could probably a player like you know, you name a top player, like they probably need 2 or 3 goals to do that. Darren, what did you make of the goal, Pepe?
Oh, technically very good. I mean, you know, you look at his involvement in both of the goals. And he sort of had that extra bit of vision that the others probably didn't at that time. And perhaps it's easy when you come off the bench. I don't know. I've not played football at any sort of high level. So, but you know, definitely. I mean, he come on and made all the difference. And I just don't feel like he's been given a run of 10 games. You need 10 games. If you're a £72 million striker and you come to a club like Arsenal, you don't want to be benched. You know, you want to be told at the start of the season, right, you've come here as our big name signing. I want to see what you're going to do in 10 games. And I just don't feel he's ever been given that opportunity.
And what do you think of this comment here? Like, I agree, fourth is the third loser. Top club like Arsenal should be winning titles or at least challenging. However, I'd rather qualify for the Champions League than not be in it at all. I agree with that as well. I think the Champions League brings a lot to your club. Darren, will we get slaughtered every week in the Champions League, or would you be in agreement with that?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. It's sort of like it's a very mixed sort of feeling, isn't it? You know, at the moment for Arsenal fans, you know, with that dilemma of do you want to be in the Champions League? Because we all know we probably ain't going to win it. But if we get in it and then get knocked out in a second round or get past the group stages, perhaps we might be able to get a bit of momentum. I mean, I'd even settle for the Europa League at the minute and try and win a trophy with it and build up some momentum. I mean, we all want to be in all 4 trophies every season, and that's the minimum really we should have as Arsenal fans. Paying the prices we do for season tickets, we should be in that top 4 and challenging for a title, Champions League, FA Cup, the whole lot. We should be fighting on all 4 fronts every season. And I don't care who else is there. Newcastle's, you can bring your Man Cities, your Chelseas, your Liverpools, your Man United, bring them all on. We should be there because we're a massive club. All right, we're not a Real Madrid or a Barcelona or probably not even a Man United. But let's be honest, we gave them a good run in the early 2000s and the 90s.
But Graham,
we're catching up too now. What's your name?
Darren.
Darren.
Yeah.
You better keep an eye out on that, on the southwest side of London.
Mm.
Yeah, but nipping right. Abramovich is gone, mate. So Chelsea are fucked.
Nah, mate, he ain't going nowhere.
What I will say is, What I will say is to that, Nippon, he hasn't officially gone. He's letting other people run the club. He's gone for the time being. He's taking himself out while things are going on. He will be back because he is a Chelsea legend and he actually cared about that club. Because before he came in,
and he will make sure. He will make sure. He will He will make sure.
You all right?
Big up, Stephen.
Oh, hello, Steve.
I'm going to have to
Can I
go,
just make
Del.
a point quickly? I'm live at the minute. I just need a point. Luca, Chelsea are not fucked. You don't understand. They're not fucked. Even if Abramovich told them, they're not fucked. Because they're self-sufficient already. They run themselves self-sufficiently. No, they only take 30, 40 million out of Abramovich. Right? So they're not fucked. What are you on about?
Yeah, but they probably won't be fucked because they'll bring around like Newcastle.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. They're a well-run club that's self-sufficient. That means
even if
what's going on in Ukraine, and it's terrible what's going on, it doesn't mean they're fucked. No way. Don't know what you're talking about. Really don't know what you're talking about. Really don't.
Steve, can I say something?
Chelsea, and plus also, Chelsea will find if he does sell the club, they'll find an owner that's just as good. Right? Because Chelsea
that's what I was trying to get to.
Because they've got football men in, so they ain't going nowhere. You think they're just going to fold? No.
That's what Steve. That's what so many rival fans are thinking.
Why? Because they're stupid. They don't think. They don't use this.
Yeah, but why
they use that? I know finances, mate. Trust me. They ain't screwed.
The club, but what I will say is, right, they're kind of fucked a little bit because they've got
no. No, they're not. Don't tell me they're not, because I've still in finance, right? Abramovich will let go of his loans. If they're seized by the government will sell it on for a cheaper price to whatever owner will take them on. They'll look for an owner that's just as good as Abramovich anyway, right? So they're not stupid because they've got football people in. So they won't just get any old stud. They'll get someone who's actually willing to spend money on the club. And even then, Chelsea, they would not. The FA and the Premier League would not let Chelsea fold with the amount of money they pump into the club, to the game. So no.
Steve, you do know, Stephen, right? Abramovich still owns the actual club. He's just obviously giving it to other people to take care of it at the moment.
Yeah, because he lets them have 30, 40 million a year. And you're telling me they're screwed because of what's going on? No.
Luca,
Yes.
You'd best believe he still has the final say in everything that goes around in that club. You'd best believe that.
Sorry.
Yeah, but Nippon, look, at the end of the day, right, Nippon, right, he hasn't officially gone, but he still owns the club, but other people are running it at the moment.
Yes. Yeah. And then those other people, when they sell the club on, those other people will find someone that is just as good as Abramovich.
But those people do sell when Abramovich gives it up eventually, right?
And they don't sell the club. They don't sell the club.
Yeah, but Stephen,
Luca, do you know who sells the club?
Yes, I do.
Who?
Roman Abramovich.
No.
He's the owner of the club.
No, he's not. Not if he gets seized by the government, because Chelsea is an asset to him. The government can seize the asset, so it's the government will sell the club, not him. See,
Stephen,
you don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
Stephen, I think Nippon made a good point earlier on. If he's given it to a charity, so that's the important thing. If he gives it to a charity, now I don't know about this. I'm only telling you what Nippon is saying. That if he gives it to a charity, the government can't get their hands on it.
And to be fair, as much as he's the brother-in-law of Putin and all that, he's not pro-Russia. He doesn't agree with this because he knows what all his assets are going to get frozen by the government. He probably doesn't agree to this. What's going on, right? I
think he does. He benefited from Putin, to be honest with you. I think
No, not because he's a money man. He wants to make money. If all his assets are seized by the government because of what's going on, he's not going to want that. As much as he's the brother-in-law of Putin or whatever relations to Putin, he's worried about his money. He's not worried about what's going on in Ukraine.
No, but what I'm saying, Stephen, he did make his money from Putin. That's what I'm just saying.
Well, yeah,
But
that's what I'm
what
saying. But now he's made
I
his
agree.
money. He wouldn't want this going on because he will lose it
Yeah,
all.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, obviously, why would he want to take it? Nip on. I'm not.
I've got to nip off. So anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Thanks.
just wanted to come and say that because like this is how it works.
Yeah.
Like,
Cheers, man.
Chelsea
Thanks
are
for
going
dropping
nowhere. But yeah, big up, and like I said, I hope he gets
I
sorted
want to
out
say one more
because
thing,
it's
Stephen.
awful.
Can I say one
Go
more
on.
thing quickly, and I'll let you get on.
Go on.
I read your comment right there. You're saying something about Man United will bottom it, right? Right.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed that top four's over for them.
Yeah, but you're saying top four was over if we lost on Thursday, and then they've gone and bottled it again.
It's not over now.
This is what I
because-
said. That is what I said. If we lost on Thursday, it's not the end of the world. With the amount of times Man United are bottled it, they're bottled against Burnley and Watford. I told you this. This is why I said, even if we lost on Thursday, the top four race is not over. That's why it's still not over for Tottenham. That's why it's still not over for
yet.
Wolves.
Yeah, but it's not over yet because at the end of the day, right?
No, but I've just
it's in our
you've
hands.
told me
It's in our hands,
no.
Stephen.
Put it
United
away.
will get top four.
Hang on, but you told me if we didn't win that game, we're not getting top four. End of. You've told me like it was a fact, and I said to you, not with the amount of times Man United are bottling it. Look what's happened. This is exactly what I predicted. So there you go.
Exactly, Stephen. You have to go. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
Right,
No worries, man. Take care.
Talk
I've got to get beaten by Reece again on FIFA, but I'll probably make a good game of it.
I'll try and check that out later on. And look, guys, just check Stephen's channel out as well. F Beatley. Do you want to give out your stuff there?
SVD TV, Arsenal football content. SVD F1 is where we find all our F1 content. And also, you see at the bottom, hashtag Bielsa Friday is the 11th of March. It's not the 4th. It's used, well, the actual date is 4th of March, the actual charity day. But we're doing it on the 11th because it gives us more time to plan. And we're planning something like a massive stream for that. So make sure you check that out on the 11th because that's going to be a really good stream to do. So, yeah.
You're donating the money as well. Some of the money to
all the money, all of the money on SVD TV goes to charity. Half of the money that's made on SVD F1 goes to charity.
Yeah, it's for a good cause. Cheers, mate, Stephen. Take care, mate.
Cheers.
Talk to you soon. And if anyone else wants to jump in as well, look, I don't mind going on for a small bit. Nip on, what you're saying there? What do you feel for that? I'll throw it in the link. I'll throw in the link if anyone wants to jump in. But Nip on, we're talking about your club. I think you deserve to have a say in it.
Look, man. If as long as Roman is still the owner of the club, the final say will always go through him.
Yeah, but even if he wasn't the owner of the club, you still have an owner who can actually come in.
Yeah, look, you'd best believe we will, if Roman leaves, our new owner will care. We won't get these American owners like Kroenke.
Yeah, but if you get an American in, then Chelsea will be in a position like Arsenal. But that's not going to happen because you've got people behind Roman that are going to deal with it. So there you go.
Yeah.
Look, the way it is, like this is the way it is. I know small bits and pieces about politics. I'm not into it, but I just like to educate myself on what's going on. Abramovich made his money when the breakup of the Soviet Union. Abramovich, that's how he became a millionaire. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but Putin helped him. And that, whatever, you know. The British government were going to go straight for Chelsea to try and take that off. The reason why Abramovich put it to a charity because he's a smart man. You can't touch a charity's assets because it's a charity. And that's one of the reasons I believe. I may be completely wrong. That's what I believe. And and if you done that, it's a big asset for him.
Yeah. So basically, what he did was, if that is true, what he did was a basically big FU to the government.
Yeah, of course he did. But see, look, I don't want to go down the road of politics. I'm not about that. I want to talk football, But like this is a topic, unfortunately, But look, if they do end up selling Chelsea, I don't think they will. I think Abramovich is what he's done was he's put a filter in front of him with this charity, and he's going to stand back here and tell them what they can and can't do. And if they turn around to him and say no, he just goes, all funding to clubs has stopped. I will not. I'll be like Mike Ashley was with Newcastle at the time. We won't buy anyone, and I'll wait here for a buyer. That's what I think is going to happen. As I said, I'm a fucking angel. What do I know? Just read out Niall's comment there. So Chelsea's book then, at the end of the day, there's personal issues behind it all. That's the reason he stepped down, because he is Russian and them and Ukraine are at war. Chelsea are not finished. Someone will buy them. And that's exactly it. 100% agree with that. If it's not going to be Abramovich, he's not going to sell the club for a few quid. It's going to be billions of pounds. Billions. You know what I mean? And the person who's going to buy Chelsea, if Abramovich ends up having to sell and having to give it to, it's going to be someone who is a rich person. So I don't think Chelsea are gone, or I don't know why people think that for some reason. FCB Adam, I think Arsenal will get top four. Luca, do you think Arsenal will get top four? Do you think is United out of the race, or what do you think?
To be honest, right, and I don't think Manchester United are not at the top four race. And I know Man United fans are crumbling and panicking about today's result. I don't think it's not doom and gloom, right? We can get Champions League football. It's just about the consistency. And I saw it on Thursday night when I went to the game, and I said in my vlog, what a turnaround to win this game against Wolves. We've got winnable games coming up, like the likes of Leicester, Watford, the next two games. We just need to worry about our results. We can get Champions League football, but I saw parts in that game where we lacked a little bit of creativity. And for me, I know everyone made a massive fight in that game, and we won the game, and we deserved the game, despite we rode our luck at times, but we did deserve to win the game. I think we can get it, but I don't think we'll get it because of the lack of squad that we have. And I do think the January transfer window would have cost us. But I think we'll get top six. 100% get top six. I think we're good enough to get top six. But I still think, how much people think I'm deluded, right? I still think Man United can get top four. I think top four is between us, United, and West Ham.
I'm going to put you in now in a second. I just want to say this. I think with the whole top four, we're going to lose to Liverpool.
Oh yeah.
We're going to lose to Chelsea.
Oh yeah.
That's my opinion. I'm just coming across my opinion. They're the two games that say we have over United in hand. I think we've 3 over United now. So what I'm sort of saying is, if we come across our results and stuff, the winnable games, it's going to come down to the wire. And what Sky Sports are going to do, they're going to bring the Spurs game to near the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then that Spurs game is going to be the extra game that we have in hand. We have to win the game then to get top 4. Now think about what I'm saying. It's everyone will be watching that game at the end of the season. If it's the last game, second or third last game, it's going to be there or thereabouts. That will come down to that. And then that's just a lottery. The Spurs game is just going to be a lottery.
Right, yeah, go on, carry on.
I'm just saying, if United drop more points, happy days. But as we're talking now, I just think that could be, well, what the TV crews are thinking. Nip on. I'm going to give you what Crazy's saying here. Your predictions of the Watford away game. Arsenal away to Watford. Did a great result today against Man United in Old Trafford. Are they turning a corner?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Nick?
Nip on. when you're finished doing the tour of London there, will you answer the question?
Watford.
Yeah, prediction of our game next Sunday against Watford.
Yeah.
We don't-
Yeah. So, who's? Sorry. Who's? Who's?
You.
Who's turning a corner?
You.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by turning a corner. Like
No,
which
what he's
team?
trying to
Arsenal
ask is,
or
he's
Watford?
asking, Gracie asked a question, Nipper, and
Oh. Sorry, I thought you meant. Okay, I think it's going to be. I'm going Watford 1, Arsenal 2.
Luca, what do you think?
2-1 Arsenal.
I'll tell you what I think. I'm trying my best to get over to the Watford game.
Yeah, predictions. Arsenal versus Watford away. I'm saying Watford 1, Arsenal 2.
Yeah. I think you're about 10 minutes behind us. But I'm trying to get over for the Watford game. I'm going to try and get tickets and stuff like that. So if anyone even knows how to get tickets away, please drop me a DM. Because I'm certainly thinking about
Wow.
going over to it.
It's an away game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Sunday, a week tomorrow. So we don't play till next Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Nippon's you're lagging a small bit. Yeah, someone will buy them, but it depends who. Will it be someone with ambition or will it be another Kroenke? I
don't think Roman will sell to someone who doesn't have ambition, if that makes any sense.
Jill, he knows Roman Abramovich, right? And for me, Nipper makes a very good point. He would only, if he wanted to sell the club, he would sell it to someone who's ambitious. Right? It's no point obviously selling it to a club where we're in a position where Chelsea have just won pretty much everything now, because it wouldn't make sense.
I'm just reading the comments here. Paul, he's a Man United supporter. He texts me, and I'm going to call him out. He texts me saying before the Man United game, 3-0 to Man United. Yeah. Sorry about you, Paul, but I have to get that out there, man. Sorry, I'm just going to get this other gentleman on here. Jez, what's happening?
Up, Jez? What's up, Jez?
How are you doing, mate?
I'm struggling with this cold, man. But yeah, it's great debate. Great show tonight, man. Really good.
Yeah. What did you think of Graham's comments?
Sorry, man, I didn't hear that.
What did you think of Graham's comments?
Still didn't hear it. Come and talk straight.
He said, "What did you think of Graham's comments?"
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I thought he had some great stuff. To be fair, honest and very accurate. To be fair, and you can't knock him for that. And to be honest with you, everybody you had on tonight has had some great comments, to be fair, and it's been fair play. I can't agree with some of the comments about Chelsea, because let's get it right. Yeah, Abramovich is a very, very, very shrewd man, and he has a fantastic management structure behind him. And the fact of what all he's done is a very, very clever move. All he's done is handed the management of Chelsea to a charitable administration trust that basically he retains ownership legally, but he has no voting rights. But he still maintains control. He can't attend meetings per se, but let's get it right, guys. In this modern world, with all the internet things that are available, what does that matter? With
he'll just be on a Zoom call.
COVID. Go on, mate. Go on.
I said he'll just go for a Zoom call if they need to speak to him.
Yeah, but Nippon, the thing is, Nippon is you got to remember that what we have with COVID for 2 years and still going on, billions of people conducted business from office from home, and the world still span around. So what's that to say that Abramovich isn't sitting on his yacht in the Bahamas on his Zoom talking to the board of directors, giving directions, and still playing the game? It's basically a process that he's very cleverly done. I don't blame him. That he will still be in control of Chelsea, but he will not have voting rights at this point in time. Now, if you want to look at the political agenda, Putin is very close to Abramovich, and Abramovich is very close to Putin. Putin made billions off the breakup of the USSR through oil and gas industries. Billions. Right? Do you think he's going to give that up?
No.
Do you think he's going to come out with a fight against Putin?
Probably.
I'm asking you.
I think he will.
Sorry?
I think he will come out with a fight.
Really? Really? You think Abramovich will come out with a fight against Putin, knowing how arrogant Putin is? Do you not remember, right, what happened in Salisbury against an ex-Russian spy and his daughter?
Oh, yeah.
They are minor players. Putin is an arrogant man who does not give a shit about the Western world. He's quite happy to take on NATO. So I'll put it to you, Nippon. I'll put it to you personally to you. So you are the owner of a £20 billion company. Russia, you own a £20 billion Russian company, and your assets.
Thing is, I'm not Russian though. I'm English of Indian origin.
Yeah, I'm talking theoretically. Yeah, theoretically. So you own a £20 billion Russian gas company, yeah? And you have to go up against Putin, and you are going to be big enough to lose your assets and then fight him politically. How do you think you would stand?
I don't think I'd survive. I'd probably have to flee.
Yes, and you'd have to toe the party line, which is what exactly Abramovich has done. He's had to toe the party line, because if he doesn't, he's stuffed.
He's
possibly, who knows? Because that's where the Russians work. The Russians don't work in the way that we work. They work in a totally different philosophy. They don't give a shit about you, me, Del. Yeah. They proved it in Salisbury. They went to Salisbury undercover, tried to kill a spy and his daughter. Proven.
I'm gonna change the conversation because I don't want a Russian spy flying through my door here and killing me live on stream. So I'm gonna change it. And Jez, I'm gonna get your opinion on the Wolves game. How important was that win for us now that United drew today?
No, it was a very important win, man. Very important win. Fluky win. Let's get it right. First half, very poor. Big change when Pepe came on. And we got a fluky own goal from Lacazette to get us a 2-1 win. But, the way everybody was celebrating, dear God.
I was at the game. I was at the game the other day, and I vlogged it, Jez. And the way I celebrated, I was so passionate about it. And other people were like, I had people jumping on me the other day. I fell off the seat and all that. Mate, it was a great victory the other day. But can we get top 4, Jez? As we keep saying, Arsenal fans, can we get into the top 4? Manchester United are crumbling. I know we've got to take it one game at a time. But can we get into the top 4, though?
You have to say, at the current period in time, possible. But let's look at the games we've got to play. Spurs away, Chelsea, Liverpool.
Yeah, I see.
Let's be honest, we don't have a great record down the lane.
No, we haven't won there since Rosicky scored that winning goal.
Yeah, Chelsea at the moment are, let's be fair, scoring for fun.
They are 1 win at Stamford Bridge since 2011.
And so we have to take those games into account and think, well, it's very easy to sit there and say, mathematically, we could get third, which is possible. Realism.
You ain't getting third. You are not getting third. I'm sorry.
No, what I said, Nipan, was
you say it's a possibility.
Realistically, mathematically, it's unrealistic because you have to look at the games and the people you've got to play. So we got Chelsea, we've got Spurs away, and we've got Liverpool. So, we don't do well at Spurs away. You've got Chelsea, who are on fire.
And we don't do well against Liverpool. We keep getting battered against Liverpool. So.
How many points do you realistically think we'd get out of those 3 games?
3 points.
1. I don't see you beating us or Liverpool. I see you getting a draw against Tottenham at best.
I have to agree with you. We're not getting anything with Liverpool, and we're not gonna. I don't think we're getting anything with Chelsea either. And I look, it's between a draw and a win against Spurs because it's going to be a lottery. That's the way I think. I just want to say a big shout out to Gracie May. Thanks a million for showing the love. I have you on my channel anytime. She was the first person I ever done a live stream with. And I was like a swan in water when I was doing it because I was just there, my God, this girl has gone Lee Gunner's channel. I'm only a fucking idiot in Dublin. And what I mean by a swan, did you ever see a swan going across water?
Yes.
They're going 110 miles an hour. That's the way I was. I was calm up here, but I was like, doing the river dance down below. But big shout out to Gracie Main. If no one is on their channel, subscribing to her channel. What the fucking hell are you doing? Seriously. Continue on there, guys. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out there.
I'm just going to say, there's a guy here, Josh, in the chat. And look, mate, he says, to be fair, I'm an Arteta in guy. Sorry. Look, mate, don't be sorry. If that's your belief, then that's your belief. Fair play to you. And I can't disrespect anybody who believes in their belief. And if that's what you think, fair play to you, mate. And I'll, big up to you. Personally, I don't believe that this Arteta is going to achieve any great status. And when I say status, I mean taking us forward to win a league championship, or let's get it right. He said 2 years ago, Arsenal, I quote, Arsenal will win the Champions League in the 3rd year.
Oh God, that just speaks delusion.
It is.
I'm sorry.
Because if they honestly feel like we want to be in the Champions League, then we need to qualify for the Champions League this season if they actually think this process is actually true.
Like, I honestly believe that when he was saying that at the press conference, he was saying that because he was probably there going, I cannot believe that I'm the actual manager of Arsenal now. I will not be here in 3 years' time because I don't have confidence in myself to be the manager of this huge club. And I'm saying huge club. And let's say, I know when the English people or British people, look at Arsenal, they probably look at it a different way than like me being a foreigner, I'm from a different country. Yeah. But in Ireland, I keep saying this, there's about 100 different Arsenal supporters group in Ireland. We're a little pebble in the sea. You know what I mean? And we have supporter groups all over the island. You have American supporters group, you have Indian, you have Asian, you have Australian, America, everything, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Arsenal. It's a global. I hate saying this, but it's a brand because football nowadays is a business. It's not a club. Unfortunately for us, when I was growing up, the reason why I support Arsenal, Jez, you know this, was the 88-89 season when I fell in love with the team. You know what I mean? But we have a manufactured crest now, and this is the way football's going. I'm going off topic. I don't want to do that. But yeah, no, I agree exactly what you said there, Jez. That's the reason why why I had Graham on the show, and I reached out to him because I want his point of view. Because I said it earlier on, there's no use in having yourself wrapped in people that agree with you all the time. Because if that's the way life is, the first time someone says something wrong to you, you're going to be going, oh my God, who's Arteta out? Who is he? Or who's Arteta in? Oh my God, what's this? It's good to communicate. It's good to talk. It's good to get other people's opinion. It's not going to change your mind, but it's good to talk. And that's the reason why I got Graham on and reached out to him, because he knows a lot about football. He knows a hell of a lot more than me about tactics and stuff like that. I don't know that. I may know more about history or something like that. I don't know. And I will get him on again. And on Tuesday at 7 o'clock on my channel, hit a reminder, I have Julian coming on from AFTV. I know what everyone thinks of Julian. That's grand, and that's their opinion. And I talked to him today on the phone. I've done a video face call. Me and him talking to each other. I got his opinion on things. He got my opinion on things. We both agreed then, what we talk about and stuff like that. And one thing he did say is he'll answer any questions that come in the comments. And I respect any person that has that, because he's coming onto a channel. He knows what I'm about. He knows I'm Arteta out. And I says probably 90% of the people that follow me are Arteta out. You'll get a grilling, mate. You will get a grilling. And he says, I don't care. He goes, that's grand. He goes, at the end of the day, we're all Arsenal supporters. We want Arsenal to win the league. We want Arsenal to win the Champions League. So I can't diss any person for that at all. What do you think, Jez?
No, fair play, mate. I watched your stream with Julian, and the difference was that with your stream, he was honest. He was actually honest.
Yeah.
It wasn't fake. And unfortunately, with the other channel that he goes on, we all know there's an awful lot of bullshit on that channel. But on your channel, he was straight up and gave a response, and fair play to him, you know. And I actually put in your comments, fair play to the guy for being honest. And you know, you can't say any more than that. If somebody says it, look, if somebody says it from the heart and means it, then you have to respect it. Even if you don't agree with it, you have to respect it. Now, Nipan can say something as a Chelsea fan. I might not agree with it. If he says it from the heart, then I respect it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You know, and like I'm sure, like you look, as I say, and Lee always actually says it as well. For anyone to come on, put their face on the camera and put a phone pointing in their face or whatever it is you do, you deserve a bit of respect there, and like, you know, if you're coming across, obviously being respectful and stuff like that, you deserve your point and your opinion, and that's why on my channel, I don't care who you support, and once you're respectful to other people, I've no problem getting anyone in, and that's why this, let's say, calling show, and I'll do plenty more of them, in the future. I had Darren on there. I think you missed him, Jez. I'm not sure if you've seen him on. Did you see him on there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. He's very, very intelligent, very knowledgeable of Arsenal as well. Like, you know, we were just talking about Guendouzi, and I actually said it to Nippon. I think he's going to be a future French international. They'll be up
He
there.
already is in the France squad.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about, let's say, when Kante and Pogba go, I think that he will be a regular. He'll be the first name of the team sheet. That's my personal opinion. Jez, what do you make of that?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Nippon, actually, I'll go to you because we have a clause in his contract, and I don't know if many Arsenal fans, now this is my understanding of it, that we're letting him go for 10 million in the summer to Marseille. They have the obligation to buy him if they want him. Does that make sense to you, Nippon?
No, you're letting go of such a talented player. I mean, we'd happily take him for 10 million.
Yeah. Here, any club would take him for 10 million. Jez, do you think, is there any truth in that, do you know?
He's not getting any younger. Jorginho is getting on. Hey, Guendouzi, if you want a manager who actually believes in you. Sorry about my propaganda.
No. It's just, look, like, Jez, this is the way it is. This is the way we've been run by these fools behind the club. You know what I mean? And I say fools, and I'm being polite here, and I don't like any of them. Any of them. For whoever signed that fucking deal, sack them now. I don't want to see them in the club. I don't care who it was, because that's a disgrace. A disgrace of a deal. What do you make of it? Like, is there any truth in it? Have you heard any different? Or
I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's the deal, and that's another Edu deal that basically clears another player that Arteta doesn't like. But you know, I like Guendouzi, to be fair. Another player had an argument with Arteta. And how many more times, guys, are we going to see this with him? Who's the next going to be?
Watford away.
You know, we've seen it with Martinez, goalkeeper. Aubameyang, our best striker. Yeah? Guendouzi, he doesn't rate Saliba. Played 45 minutes against Milton Keynes in a pre-season friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's put this into a common denominator here. Yeah. What does this tell us? Who is the problem? Arteta.
For Arteta.
If he doesn't like you, me, Nippon, yeah, you're out. You're gone. Now you could be the next potential best footballer in Europe. But if you don't play to his regime, yeah, you're gone. You're done.
Yeah, 100%.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
So
it is.
I'm sorry, I don't care. You know, it proved it the other night on the fan cams with Kenny and Brandon and that. You know, if you don't agree with the populace of Arsenal fans online, you get slated for it. Now,
I'm running out of battery.
I couldn't give a fuck personally because I don't care what people say about me. I really don't give a shit. But I will always say what I say in an honest opinion. And this guy, Arteta, is an arrogant fucking prick. And
He's not the answer. He's not the answer. He's not the answer, Jez.
He's not the answer. And he is proving it now for nearly 3 bastard years. So until it keeps going and going and going, it will continue.
He's not the answer. And why does this manager, right, have to get a 3-year contract? Honestly, you cannot give this manager a 3-year contract.
No.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. It comes down to CK was on earlier on, and he's an American, so he knows what the Kronk days are like. You know, and their sort of philosophy is, well, look, they know nothing about football. They know nothing about like soccer, as they call it. Nothing about it. Okay, so they have Vinny, they do Arteta, Garlic Head to tell them what's good and what's wrong. So they're hardly going to sell themselves out and say, "Oh, do you know what? Lacazette is doing a great job. You know, he's not doing a good job." That's not going to happen. So, like, I just want to come to you with this, Luca. Can you see Arsenal winning the Champions League under the Kroenke regime?
No chance. No chance. We will never win a Premier League title again with the owners in charge. No chance. I will never win a Premier League title in my lifetime, never again.
Well, I'm going to be the. I'll try and be the neutral in this, because if we all just go, yeah, it's going to be a boring conversation. So I'm going to, for the other people, and let's say who are looking and probably going, well, they spent how much in the summer, 150 odd million or probably more. So they are backing the manager. They're backing Vinay, Edu, you know, Arteta. They're spending the money. What's their problem? What's the Arsenal problem?
I just feel what it is. I think it's the lack of investment in the football club, and for me, like we spent 150 million in the transfer market, and at the time before we signed Darren Ramsdale, we never all wanted Darren Ramsdale. And look at Ramsdale now; he's been a fantastic signing for Ramsdale, and he's proved everyone wrong. And I like when that's been proved wrong. But we've spent all this money, but we've spent it all on the wrong players. But now, yes, who would expected us to get into the top 4? Well, we're not in the top 4 now, but who expected us challenging in the top 4 in around near enough March? We were all talking about a few months ago, thinking we were going to challenge for top 10. Because don't forget, last season we were 16th place around Christmas, and then now look where we are now. We're 5th or 6th in the league. And yes, okay, of course we want to get Champions League football because we're a massive club, and like, we want to be back into the Champions League. We don't want none of this Europa League stuff. And I can understand people may want to take Europa League this season, because if we get Europa League this season, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But I don't want Europa League. I want Champions League football. I want us back in to compete with the big boys. And I want to be in the Champions League to win it. And for me, if you want to win that competition, you're going to have to invest. You're going to have to spend at least 300-400 million if you want to win that Champions League. And for me, we are not going anywhere with this football club at the moment.
Okay, yes, we had a fantastic win last Thursday against Wolves. Great, fantastic. We can celebrate it for a good week or so. But we've got to keep these run of games going. And for me, we're not going to challenge for a Premier League title with the owners in charge. And we're miles away from Chelsea. We're miles away from Liverpool and Manchester City. And we don't invest properly. Like, you're letting players run down their contracts yet again. I thought Arsenal learned their lesson on that. Looks like we've gone back to the old regime again. Whereas Aubameyang, right? Yes, we all wanted to get rid of Aubameyang, but you don't sell him in the January transfer window with run down his contract on a free. At least get a bit of money for him, and then go and get a striker in, even if it's not the replacement in January. But at least actually go and get a striker. But our football club feel like they have the standards to just sit there, right, for 24 days chasing Vlahovic. And look at Vlahovic now. He's scored in like two games out of 3.
Jez, here's a good point for you. Do we want Mr. Sorry, Luca, do you have to go now, or are you okay? Or
I could do about 10 minutes.
Yeah, just let me know. Sorry, Jez, I'm just gonna get this to you, but we want a Mr. Nice Guy as a manager? I thought we wanted a ruthless manager like Arteta. Jez, what do you have to say about that?
No, I want a ruthless manager.
But that's what he's saying. Is Arteta not a ruthless manager?
No,
he's too soft.
No, he's a softie.
How is he soft? He banished Aubameyang. He banished Guendouzi. How is that soft?
But nip him. Look, he may have actually got rid of some good players like that. But at the end of the day, right? Yes, the positive thing is, yes, he's got players off the wage bill. That's a good thing. But anything else, he's not doing anything. He's not getting us challenging. He's not doing anything. And for me, him and Edu, right? It was their fault in the January transfer window. We didn't get anyone in. And Arteta flew to America to try and get some money from Stan Kroenke. But what did Arteta do about it? He didn't do nothing. And for me, he's killing youngsters. And exactly what Jez said earlier, about 5 minutes ago, Saliba played 45 minutes against MK Dons, right? He's killing Guendouzi's confidence. Look at Guendouzi's done a fantastic season at Marseille. Okay? And for me, you cannot kill those type of talents. Martinelli's starting to get back into the team now, only because we got rid of Aubameyang. So if we didn't get rid of Aubameyang, maybe he would have brought him back into the team. Martinelli wouldn't have been getting games.
I'm running out of battery, by the way, so if I cut out, you know why.
Yeah, no problem, Nippon. And actually, while you're there, Nippon, you can answer this question. The problem with Arteta is that he sets up wrong tactically, particularly in big games. And as for his team selection, he makes too many baffling decisions. As a Chelsea supporter, not giving a fuck about Arsenal, how do you think of that?
He's right. Too many wrong decisions in big games.
Well, look, Xhaka doesn't help him either by getting sent off by every big game that he's in. You know what I mean? There's Joanne Smith in the house. What's the story, Joanne?
No, he doesn't.
He's gone. Lost his connection.
Oh dear.
So would you sack Arteta, change anything if we won't win it under Kroenke? At least keep the manager that's currently making progress and creating a young, exciting squad. Jez, do you want to answer that?
Hang on, let me read it. So, what progress? Tell me what progress. Tell me what progress. Out of the FA Cup in the 3rd round, 2nd year of the spin. Out of the Carabao Cup, not in Europe. And let's forget this trophyless trophy of 4th place. Because, you know, I've said it so many times. What is 4th place? 3rd fucking loser in the Champions League, unseeded. Yeah, So we go in unseeded in a group stage against two teams that are seeded. So that could be in a group with God knows who. Don't get fucking deluded, people, because Arteta is going to bring fuck all to this club. He fluked an FA Cup. He's getting lucky at the moment, and let's just see what happens when we play. Yeah, Spurs. Yeah, Liverpool and Chelsea. Let's see what you're saying after those games, because that will paint the picture of what Arteta's about. Now, if he goes through that, yeah, he gets 9 points, I will stand up and I will say, well done. Well done. But can you see it happening? Can you see it happening?
Jez,
I
with
personally
me,
don't think it will
sorry,
happen.
I have a question for you. So I'm just can I just
that's
say
fine.
this here? I'll just
Yeah,
answer
go on.
John's question
Yeah,
there.
go on.
With me, we're not winning the Liverpool game. That's not happening. We're not winning the Chelsea game. I can't see that happening. If we get a draw, that's a bonus. But I think we're going to lose to Chelsea. That's me. That's what I think. The Spurs game is an important game. It's a lottery. But there's still a few tricky little games that, you know, we were talking even for the Burnley game. We let's go back a few years ago when we were not even the Invincibles, when we were, let's say, the 2003-2 season. You know, when we were looking at games, I remember, like, I was only a young fella at the time and I was out with my mates, and some games I didn't see and I used to just watch them on Match of the Day or whatever, like, you know. But I just always knew that we were going to win. Oh, we're playing Crystal Palace today. Yeah, we'll win that. Like, you know what I mean? And back then there wasn't like all these apps and everything like that to see the score. It was, you'd have to tune into a radio or run into a pub if you're in it and see what the score of the matches are. It was easily done. Like, you know, we'll win. A few weeks ago when we played Burnley, people before the game, I think we should win this. Yeah, we should win it. We're playing fucking Burnley. They're about to get relegated. They're down the relegation zone. And people are talking about we should win it. Why should we not fucking annihilate them? Go out and beat them about 5-6-0. You know what I mean? Why are we not thinking that? You know what I mean? Now we're like, the whole fan base is just there. Oh, Arteta's doing a good job, but we're thinking about fucking beating Burnley. You know what I mean? I just don't. I do get it, but it's just frustrating for me to get it. If you understand what I'm saying,
Yeah.
You know, Luca, what do you think?
I think in my opinion, right, I think it does come down to those big games, what Jez said. And for me, I'm not confident going into Liverpool. Liverpool's a write-off. Yeah, that's a free hit. And Chelsea, we can get something out of that game. And for me,
are we playing? Is it in Stamford Bridge or where?
It's in Stamford Bridge, because we played them at the Emirates, and then Lukaku teach Ben White and Seaside Mustafi a little bit of a lesson. But other than that, I think generally we can get something against Chelsea. Then, yes, they have been on good form recently since they've won that Club World Cup, but the performances to them, they've not actually been that great. But our record at Stamford Bridge, we've only won once, and that was last season, like for the first time for 10 years. So for me, we can get something out of that game. Liverpool, I don't think we'll get anything out of that game. I think we'll beat Spurs. I think Spurs are despite our record, it's quite rubbish. We haven't won there since Rosicky scored that cracking goal against Spurs, which I think was 2014. So I think we can beat Spurs. I think out of those 3 games will define where this Arsenal really is and this manager is if we want to get Champions League football. Because if we don't pick up any results, then the season's a failure. It is a failure, because for me, how can people back this manager, right? And people want to say, if people love Mikel Arteta, that's fine. If people think he's the right manager, that's fine. I'm not going to question anyone's opinion. But for me, in my opinion, why do people want to trust the process, even if we don't get into the top 4 or get any sort of European football? Because it's a failure. It is a massive failure. Because what's going to happen in the summer when Lacazette leaves? We need 2 strikers anyway. We should have sorted the midfield out. We should have got someone like Jimmy Wijnaldum in the January transfer window on a season-long loan. Would have been a perfect sense. Premier League experience. Okay, yes, he's 31, 32, right? But he's Premier League experience. We should have got a striker. Okay, we're linked with Dominic Calvert-Lewin. For me, I still take Dominic Calvert-Lewin. It's not my first choice, but he's a striker. He's Premier League experience. We need like that's okay, but we need to see how we do in these first 3 games, really. So,
Jez, I'll just go to you with this question from Sarah. I'll skip through there. Is it just me, or do our fans want to see the League Cup title first? Which would you rather win first, the league title or the Champions League? As you know, coming on my show, they're not going to be fucking easy questions.
no, they're not.
Premier League.
The comments are fucking flying in here as you're thinking.
Premier League.
Yeah.
All day. All day. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. We've won Premier Leagues. We've won Division 1s. We're shit in Europe. We've had one good shout at winning the Champions League, and we didn't do it. So I'll take the Premier League. It's, I think, unfortunately, I hate to say this, it's Arsenal's level. I don't think Arsenal have the ambition, certainly don't at the moment, to go any further. And unfortunately, with Arteta, we ain't getting the Premier League.
But Luca, I'll give you this one.
Yeah.
We've got an example of that question there. 2005, when Liverpool won in Istanbul, they won the Champions League. It took them how many more years? Well, when did it win? It was last year, whenever they bleeding won it. Could you wait that long for the league? Win the Champions League? Let's say, we'll just say next year, for example, if we get in it, we won it. You know what I mean? Would you wait that long for another league title to get the Champions League?
No, I want to win it straight away. I don't want to wait too long, because how many years have we been waiting? We've been used to it as Arsenal fans. Like, ever since before the Cronkies came in, we should have won the league on a couple of occasions, like the Eduardo season, the 2007-8, the season when Leicester won it. We were the only team to beat Leicester twice, but we bottled it against a young Manchester United team when we got done by Rashford's debut.
I swear that's the game that Rashford scored his first Man United goal.
Mate. Yeah, it was, mate. But as I was saying, right, I don't want to wait that long. I want to win a Premier League title. And for me, if you want to talk about, okay, we're not going to win it next season, and we will not win the Premier League with this manager in charge. The only way you can win the Premier League is get a proper owner in and be ambitious. And we're nowhere near competing with Chelsea, because, yeah, Chelsea, what we saw tonight, yes, about Roman Abramovich, but they're still going to be able to compete. And I wouldn't be surprised if Newcastle take over us. Honestly,
can I just jump in to this guy here, Adrian Jones? He says, the only thing I don't agree with you on, Jez, is Emery. Shouldn't have been 8th. We were 5th.
Mate, Unai Emery took us into the Europa League final with a worse squad.
We were 5th, mate. 8 points off the top 4.
Cole Jenkinson.
We weren't 8th. We were 5th.
We were 5th.
The following season, we ended up 5th because, if you remember the game, a certain player Yeah,
Brighton.
a player called Xhaka got a fucking red card.
I swear that was Mustafi's fault, Jez.
No, it was Xhaka against Brighton.
Huh?
1-1. It was Xhaka against Brighton.
Yeah. So
1-1.
So let's get our facts right. It wasn't 8th, mate. It was 5th. And the fact that we went to the European League final to play Chelsea, and we got raped because the players didn't turn up. Emery, after that, was hung out to dry. And I'd be honest with you, I rated Emery. And let's be honest, he's proven us right. He did us. He did us. He did us in the European League.
Yeah.
And he's going on, and he's won it numerous times, and he's doing very well where he is now. So fair play, well done. And you know, what's that proof?
That Arteta's a clown, like you've been saying all this time, like you. Like Kenny Ken, like Del Boy, like Luca, like Lee, like Gracie, like all the real Arsenal fans. But unfortunately, the top gooners will say, if you don't trust the process, you can F off down the lane.
Nippon, I'm just going to say this to you, like, you know, what do you do? I just said it to the boys just there. What would be more, well, what way do I put this? Champions League or to win the trophy? What sort of, what would you want for that?
Win a trophy. The game's about winning, not finishing third loser.
But which is most important for progress and to sort of tell everyone that you're a big club again and you're back? Is it winning the Premier League or the Champions League?
Wait, winning the look, Champions League. Wait, winning the Champions League. I mean, Premier League. It brings you enough domestic recognition, but to get international recognition in Europe, Champions League, man, all day, every day. Like you're going up against the big boys.
But see the way Liverpool won it in 2005 and then didn't go and win a league then for how many years it was, like, you know. At the time, did Liverpool, you know, they weren't that good in the league, you know, and not many teams respected them compared to the likes of Man City nowadays, you know. But would that class, if like this will be Arteta's third year, would it be a success and would it be deserving if Arteta goes and, let's say, if Arteta won the Champions League next year, should you be keeping hold of him then? Do you know what I mean? Because there's people that are saying Arteta in, Arteta out. Is he?
You are never winning the Champions League with. No, you are never.
Nippon. He said he didn't say that we were never going to win the Champions League. He was asking if we would have.
Then I don't know. But the thing is, it ain't ever happening.
Right. Well, I'll put it to you another way, okay? Because you probably missed the sort of conversation that we were having.
Yeah, my phone died.
Yeah. Okay. No, listen to me there. In the summertime, we're giving Arteta a 3-year contract worth 8.3 million. Why does he deserve that?
He doesn't. What's he done to deserve a 3-year contract?
This is why I'm asking you, because I'm sure Luca and Jez will tell me the exact same thing, but I'm just asking you as a Chelsea supporter, does he deserve it? Why is he getting it?
Look, as a Chelsea fan, I'm all for it. But if we put our football hats on and our rivalries aside, he does not deserve a 3-year contract at Arsenal. No way.
But see, this is what we're getting. And, like, you know, unfortunately, you know, it's going to happen, I think. And I think that the fact that he went over to America at that time, that was the whole sort of the Kroenke meeting Arteta, trashing it out and getting the whole thing signed up. I think it's signed already the day that he went over there, the Ramsden fucking whatever it is. And
I've got to jump in here, mate. This bloody bloke, Anwin Jones, when he was sacked after we drew 2-2 to Southampton, we were 8th, 8 points off top 4, 12 games into the season. That wouldn't have been the case under an elite manager. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid? Where was Arteta at the start of this season after 8 games? Answer me. Are you telling me that Arteta is a fucking elite manager? Are you having a laugh? Because you need to go back and think about that comment, my friend. And
some people are idiots. Some people are idiots.
He's doing well, but he's challenging for top 4, winning Europa League. That's good for Villarreal, not good enough for Arsenal. We were never going to win the league under him. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
Jesus Christ, Jess is going on to these people.
Because he talks sense.
This guy is a fucking prick. I'm sorry. Get your facts right, mate. Because he didn't finish 8th. He finished 5th. And he lost the Europa League that season. Yeah. And he got sacked at 8th position because this bunch of Muppet management wanted Arteta. Yeah. And he's proven himself since by winning European League. So what are you talking about? Don't come in here, mate, and try and quote shit to me, because I'll tie you in fucking knots. All right? I'm fed up of little persons like you.
Nippon, are you getting our cash out?
Oops. Sorry.
Are you celebrating your little cash because you might be taking over Roman Abramovich?
I'm fed up with it, man. Fed up with it. I've seen it all the time.
Yeah.
These little fucking idiots that think they can come and talk facts and they get it all wrong.
The little rat armies.
You know, I would talk to real Arsenal and real Chelsea, Spurs, Man United, Liverpool, Newcastle. I don't give a fuck. But when you get little pricks like that, we start to try and big it up and give me fucking history when you're talking bollocks. Fuck off. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, look, it's easy to say these stuff in the comments, and look, I respect everyone that says anything in the comments. To be honest with you, like, you know, but it's hard to it's harder to come on camera, you know, and say your stuff, because you can get clipped and all this shit and you be putting videos. That has happened to me already. I don't give a bollocks. That's the way I am. You know what I mean? I'm thick-skinned.
Mate, it happens to me all the time. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. I really don't give a shit. Look, mate. Look. Sorry, mate. I've been around this club for too many fucking years. Yeah, 53 fucking years. And I know what I'm talking about. And I know where I go with it. And if people don't like it, they can do it. But don't come in here and give me false bollocks. All right? Because I'll rip you one tomorrow. Yeah? No problem. If you don't like it, piss off, go down the lane and support.
Yes, Jez. Yes, Jez.
Luca, I'm going to hit this with you. As an Arteta in, I don't think he deserves a new contract. I do believe that if there's improvement this season, he deserves to run down his contract to improve us even more. So, my question for you is, if Arteta gets top 4, forget about the contract that we believe is coming up, okay? The 8.3 million on the 3-year. Pretend we don't know about that, okay? If Arteta gets us in the top 4, is it an improvement for you? And does he then deserve a new contract, the 3-year contract, the 8.3 million? or whatever.
To be honest,
What?
right? If he does, I can't even speak. If he gets us into the top 4, right? Yes, it's a great achievement, but he does not deserve a contract. And the only way he will deserve a contract if he wins is the Premier League or the Champions League. And for me, he has to get us a title first. And top 4, yes, it will be a great season. No one expected us. Those three games, right? We went into that international break in September, right? No wins, right? In those first 3 games, we all probably thinking everybody had their little banter saying Arsenal were going to finish mid-table, relegated. I predicted us at the start of the season to finish in 10th place, 8th to 10th place, and for me, I thought this season was going to be a terrible season. And yes, we did some good business in the transfer market in the summer. We were the highest spenders. We spent 150 million, but this manager, right, does not deserve a contract, even if we get into the top 4, because although, if you get into the top 4, you have to move on to the next step. There's no good doing an Arsene Wenger trying chasing for top 4 every single season. If you do get into the Champions League this season, we're like, okay, fair enough. Well done, Mikel. You proved us wrong, right? You go and address it in the summer because we didn't address our assets and we didn't address our issues in the January transfer window. And if we get into the top 4, we have to spend in the summer. Okay, and that's where we will be able to attract players, because if they give this manager a 3-year contract, which is looking likely, right? There's no excuses. You go and give Stan Kroenke and Josh Kroenke and all them lot, right? Would have to back the manager and give him money. We're told that we've got 180 million to spend. You need to spend it on the right money, because if you don't, then this manager does not deserve a contract, because this manager is not good enough. He's too arrogant. He's not the answer. He's too soft. We need a proper manager who's going to come in. And for me, realistically, you go for someone like Graham Potter. And Graham Potter's done very well. Yeah, okay, Brighton haven't done well in the last couple of games, but Brighton has still had a good season. And Graham Potter, for me, he has a style of play. What style does Mikel Arteta play?
That guy is fucking nuts.
Mate, Drake, whoever you are, right? Not to disrespect you. That's okay. But no, Drake, mate, you are entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. But he does not deserve a contract. Come on here and tell us why you actually think he deserves a contract.
Yeah, mate, look, sorry, mate. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry,
That's
I'm
right.
really
It's not
sorry.
a problem, man.
Josh,
Yeah.
come on here and fucking show your face and give us your answer. You are talking.
The problem is, right, and I don't want to disrespect anyone, right, because it's not my channel, right? But what I will say is, right, Drake, if you're not going to come on here, then obviously you haven't really got a reason to say Drake, because what I don't get is that people don't actually come on the channel. If people are actually saying about why people think he's Mikel Arteta in, I don't understand why people don't come on the channel. I'm not disrespecting you, Drake, or anyone like that. I understand that's your opinion, but why do you honestly think he deserves a contract? Because for me, I never wanted this manager in the first place. I said this on my old channel, right? And I wanted Carlo Ancelotti, and Ancelotti was a perfect manager. He'd done very well at Everton.
Yeah.
And for me, Jez, this manager, right, he doesn't deserve a contract. But like, what's he done? Okay, he's won us the FA Cup. Fair enough. Okay.
He fluked it.
But he fluked it. And he was under pressure. He was definitely under pressure. And it's no good getting into the top 4. Yes, okay, it'd be great to get into the Champions League. But will these players be good enough? Depending if you do get Champions League football, which players are we going to attract? Because Kroenke's definitely going to be having the money. Of course, he's going to have that money. And if we've been told in the summer, depending what players you would get if you do get into the Champions League, and yes, you can attract players, but it all depends what the club are going to be doing. Because if you're going to give him a 3-year contract, Jez, then, and if you qualify for the top 4, then he's got to be backed. And for me, okay, yes, I am Mikel Arteta out, and so are you as well. But if you're going to give him a 3-year contract and you sit there and not do anything like we did in January, then that whole situation becomes nothing.
Who Luca who? Right. Let's theoretically, let's say we get fourth.
Right.
We qualify.
Yeah.
With Arteta, knowing what his attitude is, and let's get it right, all these players talk to each other.
Right.
Yeah, Aubameyang, Lacazette, they're Saliba, Guendouzi, they talk to all their friends around Europe, and they have opinions. So we get into the Champions League,
Yeah.
and we need two good strikers.
Yeah.
We can't rely on Lacazette and Eddie.
Yeah.
Right, Martinelli's still young, developing. So we need two good strikers, two good midfielders, and a good central midfielder. Who do you? Let's say Edu is given 200 million.
Right.
That's hypothetical. Who the hell is going to want to come to play for Arsenal, knowing Arteta's track record? How
To be honest,
he treats players.
To be honest, right, it all depends, and you're absolutely right, because nobody is going to come to Arsenal Football Club because people have seen how Mikel Arteta is. And for me, even if it doesn't matter how much money you've been backed, whether we do get into the Champions League, as I said earlier, right, it all depends what the board are going to be doing. And even if you give him this 3-year contract, he's got to be backed. And for me, people are going to look at that thinking, right, okay, fair enough. He's got you into the Champions League. It's his 3rd season. People might say, oh, yeah, the process is working. It's not working. There was never a process in the first place. But even if you do get into the Champions League, we need 2 strikers anyway. We need 2 strikers because Lacazette is going at the end of the season. Nketiah will probably leave as well. Means you have to replace him with the right players and the right squad. And for me, it just depends what's going to happen in the summer, because whether you get given 200 million in the summer, you know that obviously no one's not going to come because of Arteta's track record. Why would anyone want to come to Arsenal Football Club but it's with no experienced manager? If you have someone like an Antonio Conte, right, of course they're going to come to Arsenal because you look at his CV, what he's done. He's won the Premier League at Chelsea. He took Chelsea from 10th to 1st, right? He won with Inter Milan in the Serie A. He got Italy, the national team, in the Euro 2016 quarterfinal, but very unlucky that they lost on penalties. So why would this manager want to come?
Exactly.
Del,
can I just? Sorry, mate. I've got to go back on this one.
Right.
This guy Josh. Fair. Good question. Jez, when Emery left, Arsenal were 8th or something with serious issues. Gary Neville described the team as uncoachable. You think we'd have won the league in 3 years from then? But you're contradicting yourself, man. We were 8th when Emery left, but we finished 8th under Arteta. And the second year, we finished 8th under Arteta. Now, when Emery left, we were 8th. Arteta took over. So what do you say? And then he's saying, man, Arteta's track record, he hasn't fallen out with any of his own signings yet, has he? Well, that's a big, big statement, my friend, because that says to me that he, and you've just said it, he's an arrogant prick because he is delusional. He wants his own little setup. He doesn't like anybody around him that wasn't his pick. So what does that say to you? does that say to you then, and I'm asking this question, Josh, please come back and answer the question. How do you honestly believe that Arteta, with his track record, will attract top-class players into Arsenal if we get Champions League? I'd like to know your answer.
Like, I'll just give you my opinion on that, Jez, and just before I do, for the people, let's say, that are in the chat and stuff like that, if you just stick a like, and if you're not subscribed, subscribe and all that shite. If you don't bother. It doesn't fucking bother me. It's only a click and a button. It's no skin off your nose or my nose. But yeah, thanks for everyone tuning in and all the comments. Good, bad, middling, all them comments. They all mean everything. Fair play, and I really do appreciate it. I'm on the stream 4 hours, 23 minutes, and I've another 4 hours and 23 minutes in me. What I think, Jez, I think even in Wenger's days when we were sort of, we were fucking, not shit, but we were still, I suppose, getting in the top 4. To me, it's not good enough. I want a challenge for the league. Anything else is not a success.
Failure. It's a
But
failure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. It is a failure. But what do we have to do to get up there? Like, I'll just put in, but like what he's saying here, Arsenal's track record has been fallen out with any of it. Arteta's track record has been fallen out with any of his own signings. So he hasn't fallen out with his own signings. But sort of my contradiction to that is the draw of other players. So your man Vlahovic that went from Fiorentina to Juventus, the draw was Allegri's there in Juventus there, would I be right in saying that? I think is he Juventus manager? Whatever. The club didn't need to be sold to him because Juventus are Juventus. They're going for Serie A, they're in the Champions League, stuff like that. But for Arsenal, you have to sell them the dream. So when we were going for Sanchez that time, when he was in Barcelona, Arsenal weren't exactly challenging for the Premier League, but he went because Wenger won the league. His trophies and everything else. He went for Wenger. He didn't just go to Arsenal because if Arteta was there, I don't think he would have signed for Arsenal. Do you understand?
I don't think so either. They were teammates, weren't they? Arteta and Sanchez.
Yeah, they were. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, if let's say Sanchez was, let's say it was back then, and he was the manager, would he have come to Arsenal because of Arteta as manager? Vlahovic was another. He scored a few goals already for Juventus. It's just, I think it's the draw of the manager and stuff like that that does get the player. And obviously money does help as well. Just going to read a few of these comments here. They're backing up me. Sorry.
But mate,
I respect your opinion, though, Jez.
Say this, guy. Look, I respect your opinion, man. I do. I do respect your opinion, but you have to get your facts right. In the fact that you can't just make comments that have no concrete evidence. Now, I'm not dissing you. I respect you. If that's your opinion, fair play. But just get it right. Because you can't have a debate when you get your facts wrong, man. But I do respect you, and big up to you.
Luca, what do you make of Drake's here? Hasn't the mentality changed, though? People can't keep here, come here for retirement luxury anymore, thanks to Arteta.
I just feel
like I'll sort of rephrase that for you. Has Arteta changed the sort of mentality of you're not coming here to retire and it's not a nursing home for you? Has he changed that mentality, do you think?
I don't think he hasn't. The only positive I will say is that the signings who he's brought in, yes, there has been something good at Arsenal at the moment this season. There is one little positive I will say. I'll start with a positive note is that there's something about Arsenal where the players haven't fallen out. They've got together. There's like a culture at the football club. But other than that, the mentality hasn't changed. I still think it's the same old Arsenal. If you really think a mentality is going to change, you need to get us into the Champions League first. You need us to invest in the summer. Even if we're being told that we've got a lot of money to spend, then for me, you've got to go out and attract these players. And although when we were in the Europa League, we still managed to attract players like Partey, Aubameyang, Lacazette, and at the time we were happy with the signings what they've got. And now Aubameyang's gone, Lacaz's on the verge of going at the end of the season. For me, I think the mentality hasn't changed. I still think, yes, we have got pretty much got rid of the half of the dead wood. There's still quite a few we need to get rid of in the summer. Xhaka needs to go. We need to get better in off the wage books. Guendouzi, I'll have him back, but Torreira is going as well. Maitland-Niles, I would keep him as a backup, but I probably if we're going to get a better upgrade in the summer, then fair enough, maybe I will let him go. But the mentality hasn't changed at Arsenal Football Club. And for me, if we want to change, something's got to be changed. Something's got to change. There's no good for Mikel Arteta coming in and feel like, oh, it's Rosé. Arteta's coming in to get his flipping pay rise.
Jez, would you take Torreira back?
I wouldn't. But
Torreira?
Yeah, over Xhaka.
No.
Would he not fit in with Partey?
No. I'll take Guendouzi.
100%. Definitely. I wouldn't say being honest with you, I'd take Torreira over Xhaka.
No. Yeah. But different question, isn't it? That's a different question.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have phrased it better for you.
All day, man. Yeah, I mean, you have to ask the question: what does Xhaka bring to the party compared to Torreira? I mean, it's a different game. So, yeah, if you said to me, "Can we swap Xhaka for Torreira?" I'll say, yeah, no problem.
I think we'll just say if Partey or Xhaka got injured for the rest of the season, hopefully they don't. He'll just stick with the Conga, and that will be our failing for not getting in the Champions League, because he's still a young player. He's only learning the league. He's in a new country. Everything that goes with it, But why are we not acting like a big club that we are and turn around and say, right, we don't care about the clause in the contract, that loan signings, whatever. We'll take Torreira back or Guendouzi because we're short. But I don't think Arsenal will ever do that. Do you know what I mean, Luca? Like we need to start acting like a big club. Like, hold on a minute, that's our player. I know we signed a loan contract, but we're going to rip it up. There's $1 million back or whatever the compensation is for ripping up the deal. Why not do that? Why are we going to stick with Lokonga if one or two of these players in our centre pocketed the midfield gets injured? Why don't we do that?
To be honest, right, this is what I don't understand. And for me, like, we sign players like Lokonga, right? And for me, don't get me wrong, I like Lokonga. I think Lokonga is going to be a great prospect in the future. But I just feel I would rather start him over Granit Xhaka. And for me, we've seen Lokonga starting some games during when Xhaka was suspended. We had all these players out from Cup of Nations and that. And for me, Lokonga sometimes, I like him, but sometimes I don't think he's not ready. But I personally feel with Arsenal is that it all depends. It all depends what I'd go out and go and get maybe someone like Ruben Neves. Like Neves the other night was quality. He was quality for Wolves, and I said at half time when we were 1-0 down, when we had a poor first half, you could see the quality in midfield what Wolves have. Like Juan Mantinho, very experienced. You got Ruben Neves. Don't get me wrong, I love Thomas Partey. I think Partey's a good player, but there's been sometimes he's a bit too slow. And Xhaka and Partey, they're not compared to Wolves midfield. And if you can get rid of someone like Granit, if you bring in someone like a Ruben Neves, Bazuma is my number one target who I'll bring, but I don't
Luca,
happen. Yeah, go on.
But after the comments he made about Arsenal, do you think A, he would himself want to come, or B, the top Gooners would want him? Like, okay, sorry, top Gooners fans. Like after his comments.
Yeah, I did see the comments and all that stuff, but surely people can just get over that, and I just feel maybe I'd still take Ruben Neves. Right, I think he's a good player. I think he's a cracking player, and I think we need someone like that because I noticed Ruben Neves the other night. He played very well. He was pinging those balls to Wolves' forward down the line, and you should get someone like that nipping off. And Darren, mate, I wouldn't take Torreira because Torreira, nah, man. I liked him when he first came in. I thought it was quality, but it just hasn't worked out for me, Darren.
By the way, apologies for being behind camera because obviously I don't want to distract myself from driving.
And not a problem, mate.
Fine, yeah. No, stay safe or whatever. The only reason why, Darren, what I was saying to Torreira is I'm just saying if we got an injury, we can't sign anyone. But Jesus Christ, no, I want him gone. Him, Xhaka, gone in the summertime because it didn't work out for them. That's grand. Like, you know, these things happen. But yeah, I certainly, and I keep saying on my channel anyway, Bissouma is the guy for me. I don't think we're going to get him. Tillemans would be another one off Leicester. I think Darren actually said that. Definitely 100%. His contract is running down. I think he's 18 months, or by the time the summertime comes around, he'll have a year left. But you'll have the likes of Liverpool, Cities, your Chelsea, your Man United, everyone like that going after him. I think
he's going to, if he leaves Leicester, he's going to a Liverpool, a Man City, a Chelsea, or a Real Madrid, or one of those.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 100% agree with it. And look, there's a lot in the chat as well. Please, if you're not subscribed, please hit me up and hit the sub button. Even give us a like. They're all free to do. If you don't, that's fucking grand. I'm doing it 4 hours, 35 minutes, and I'll go for another 4 hours and 35 minutes as long as the boys and whoever else wants to talk.
Wow, are you actually going for 4 hours?
Yeah, 36 minutes.
Wow, that means
Jesus Christ.
And by the way,
Jesus.
Whenever we do wrap up here, I have me music system ready to go and hit out the old Irish ballad songs.
Where's Vicky tonight?
But she's not fucking here because I'm in Dublin. You know.
Hey, try bringing her onto the chat. Try bringing her onto the stream.
You know what? I can't because I'm real old school and stuff. Now I'm just doing this from my phone, to be honest with you. So people are messaging me here, but I can't see it because if I go onto the message, I come out of the stream. So I can't do that. So.
Do you not have a wife? Do you not have a
laptop?
What do you call it? Yeah, laptop.
Yeah, I have the laptop here, but I don't know how to change over and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I'm just comfortable doing it this way at the minute. But some stage I'll, I look, come here. I'm old school. I'm young, but I'm old school. You know what I mean? And that's just, I'm sort of setting my ways, I suppose. But look, I will get better at all this YouTube stuff and all this crap or whatever. But if you don't like it, fuck off down the lane. You'll get other channels that'll do the nice fancy shite or whatever, but you won't get that here, all right? That's the way I rock and roll.
Yeah. I'm Irish music, do you say?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
I know one. I know only one.
Go on.
I only know. What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
Go on, that's what the Irish. That's what the Irish people teach in play school, yeah, to the Irish kids. That's not the ballads we'd be listening. I'd be listening to in Dell's pub, you know. Jez, I was asking earlier on. Actually, I didn't ask you, Luca, as well. The game tomorrow, the game we should have been in, but we got absolutely slaughtered by Liverpool. And Liverpool Chelsea Carabao Cup final. Luca, I'll go to you first. What's the result of the game, and what's the score?
What for Chelsea versus Liverpool? I think Liverpool going to win 2-1.
Any four scorer? Would you throw that out?
Chelsea, I think Kai Havertz will score because he always steps up in the finals recently. He did step up in the Champions League final and the Club World Cup final, but other than that, I think Liverpool, I think Mane is going to score. And Salah.
Joe?
I'm going 1-1 and I'm going Liverpool on penalties 3-2.
3-2. Yeah, good show. Just read Gracie here. Big up everyone. I'm going to hop off. I'm up early, but big up to all you. Jez and Dell, I'll pop you a message in the morning about some shows. 110%. No problem, Gracie. I'm definitely available. DJ Gatti was the first one in the room. What's the story, man? Sorry, you got cut off and stuff like that. I don't know what happened. Guys, big up, guys. I'm watching you from Poland, Warsaw. Fair play to you, man.
Yeah, I've got to bump off, man, because I'm feeling.
I'm gonna knock it on the head now myself, and I'll get these tunes going and chill out and have a few more beers, And thanks a million to everyone who's dropped a comment and everything like that. Really do appreciate it. I'm trying to grow my channel and stuff like that. And if you subscribe, if you're not subscribe, please. Hit a like as well on my videos. I do a few bits and pieces here and there. Also, Josh, you do your own channel as well, and you can all really appreciate you coming on, mate. And Jez, thanks a million as ever. Really do appreciate you coming on. Luke, I'll start with you just before we wrap it up. Do you want to get anything out, or how can people get in touch with you and your channel and stuff like that?
Yeah. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. This is Lucas Life apostrophe. Big up to myself. We're on the road to 1,500 subscribers, and follow me on Twitter, Martinelli AFC1. If anyone wants to contact me on social media and want to come onto the channel, if people haven't featured on the channel, then DM me on Twitter or YouTube, and then we can sort something out and arrange something. But we are 21 subs away from 1,500. That'd be nice to get it, and that'd be appreciated. But thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, no, anytime, any time at all. Jez, what's the story, man? Do you want to get in anyone to get in touch with you or anything like that, or do you have any final words of wisdom?
No, I'm just on Insta, man. But big up to your channel, big up to Lucas, man. And Luca, sometime I'll jump on with you.
Yeah, man.
At the moment, I'm feeling like absolute shit. I've got proper.
Yeah, keep up the great work with Lee, man. And all that stuff.
Proper bad cold, man.
Keep up. Yeah, man. I hate colds, man. I had a cold like the other week, and it's not that good, man. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking on camera here. I look absolutely shit. And
you're good, man. You're good, man.
And we'll catch up soon, boys. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Look, Jez, I know you're not well and stuff like that, and really appreciate you coming on the channel and stuff. And as I say, look, I've been 4 hours and 42 minutes talking shy, and people were listening, and that's good. And we had a good debate. There was good, there was bad, there was middling. But I respect everyone for coming on. It's not easy, and definitely appreciate everyone who has come on, and everyone in the comments as well. You're so important to the channels, not just my channels, to every channel, because it creates a talking point and stuff like that. I'm going to hit play now on my playlist. I'm going to get a lot more of these in. I have another bit of whiskey there as well. I'm going to have a go of. I'll try and I don't think I'm going to do anything tomorrow, because I think I deserve a little bit of a break after this fucking time-wise here. But
Dale, give us the Jamesons, will you?
Yeah, well, here, look, I have a black label here, and I'm going to crack the lid on it. And if you drink whiskey and you know black label, you know it's a good whiskey. So I'm going to chill out here for a while. I'm going to lower the tone down to the lights, and I'm going to have a few more whiskies, Jameson, and I'll be cheersing to you guys and everyone else in the chat. If anyone wants me on their stream or anything like that, I'm always up for promoting every other channel as well. It's not just about me. I'm not in this for money or for any of the shit that goes with it. I just like talking to people. I think it's important for people to talk to each other as well. It's not just about people's opinion. I have an opinion. Luca, Jez, we all have opinions. But, like, you know, let's show the love. And I think we certainly do need it in the times that we're in. Thanks a million for everyone to watching. Arteta out. God bless you all.